field, solar particularly, regionally, I would say, as well as internationally. The advantages of exploitation of this solar energy are vast and would also allow to serve and satisfy the national needs of energy. And it allows to contribute to decarbonization and reduction of climate change and mitigate the impact of climate change. Algeria, like all countries, have adhered to the climate accord, the Paris Climate Accord, and have the ability, thanks to its contribution, to set a foot in this field. There will be the possibility of falling down the terms of reaching this field is high, and I believe we will hear a specific presentation regarding this point. There is an aspect that have been discussed by the minister and the commissionary. We have addressed the Norwegian model. Algeria has the possibility to be inspired, perhaps, with the right measures. South Norway has methods and an abundance of renewable energies which will allow to increase the field of renewable energies, thus decreasing the use of gases. From a European point of view, it would also mean the possibility of contributing to the security of our provisions. We also see the importance henceforth of this partnership regarding the provisions of additional gases in Europe. Therefore, in terms of renewable energy, Algeria and Europe are both enthusiasts, with 1,000 megawatts to be installed in the next 15 years. We will cover the details of this plan during the session. I believe that we all hope that these plans would be successful, and we also hope in Brussels and Europe, as Europeans, that energies and the European capitals would contribute to these successes. Therefore, Minister Arkab and Commissioner Simpson held these discussions to debate and to help facilitate the meeting between Algerian and European industrials. And we hope that these big 2 days could launch partnerships, industrial partnerships between us and between our operators from both sides of the Mediterranean. I have addressed the renewable energies, and we must not forget energy efficiency, the importance of which is primordial. We say that energy is extremely important, the most important of which is the energy that has not been consumed. It includes the production and the consumption of necessary energy only, and put in the work to handle the needs, mostly in the industrial field, transportation, almost everywhere in our fields of economy. We have a lot of space for improvement that we can exploit and we can use even more. It is an extremely important theme, and we will have the presentations that will address these in further detail. I will stop here, and I invite the first presentation, Mr. Walid Karimia, to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Walid Krim, I'm the director of the Perspectives in Sonalgas. I am going to introduce to you today the project in renewable energy achieved by Sonalgas. Thank you. My presentation is dealing with 8 bullets. This is very short. This is a project of 450 megawatts. This is a hybridization project in 50 megawatts, and we also have sites of the site of the Great South and other return of our perspective, which is the perspectives of development. The interest of Algeria to renewable energy goes back to long years back. Sonalgas has set up many solar kits in many remote areas within the Great Algerian South as from the beginning of 1990, aiming at improving the life conditions of these populations. The project was bearing on supplying electricity and energy for 18 villages that are supplying more than 900 households, and with a total of a global power of 453 kilowatts. When the national program was launched in renewable energy and in energy efficiency in 2018, this KDM company was created by Sonalgas the 7th of April 1993. The objective is to master the knowledge and the new technologies linked to this field and to promote a cooperation with all the partners, public and private, that are ready to share their knowledge and open associations shared with other parties for profits. The objective of achievement of these projects by Sonalgas are known, which is the preservation of fossil through combustile. The assets are the availability of the potential, mainly land and solar. The objective is to meet the demand and the securing of the supply in energy on a long run with an electric mix, the alternative sources with the energy mix for the midterm, for the energy transition and diversifying the national economy and creation of the socio-economic dynamic around these factors. The idea is also to meet the international commitments of Algeria within the framework of looking after the environment and its aspects, and we also promote the national economy and the energy efficiency. We start with the presentation of the first project. The project of 400 megawatts started in 2014 through the signature of contracts. 2014 was also a year marked by the integration at Ain Salah, Adrar and Timimon poles with the wind solar energy plant. There was also a commissioning of the pilot plant that was installed in Aradeya and has a capacity of 1.4 megawatts. It was achieved to test the technologies and will enable to make through this generalization of technologies with sites in Algeria. The project is presented with a surface of 10 hectares and a park of 6,000 photovoltaic panels. On the right, you have the Technopole panel, which is the central plant, and the wind plant is on the left. In 2015, there were the first commissioning. The 23 megawatts in Adrar, Salah and Timimon, and the 25 megawatts that were designed to the Great South. And also there was the commissioning of that were part of this program. There was the installation of 10 measuring plants that were installed the first semester 2015. And the objective was to get information and to identifying eligible sites and so forth and so on in order to generalize other photovoltaic facilities. These are the first plants that were commissioned in 2015. Tabarkan plant of 3 megawatts, 20 megawatts for Adrar, Salah, Timimon, and Salah, and below you have the commissioning within the network of Janat and Tamarasat in the Great South. In 2016, other plants were received 140 megawatts within the north that was connected to the north and which was distributed on several sites, and also 30 remaining megawatts at the pole Ain Salah, Adrar, Timimon. These are the pictures you can see on the screen. You have a very big power actually. Wad al-Kibrit, 15 megawatts, and below you have the plants of 9 megawatts of Timimon and 5 megawatts in Regan. The project of 400 megawatts was totally completed in 2017 by the commissioning of the 125 megawatts that were remaining. The pictures are displayed, so you can see the photovoltaic in Milha with 20,000 megawatts. You have Khalingli plant of 160 megawatts. Actually, these are two plants within the same site, Khang 1, Khang 2, that make the 60 megawatts. And below, in Elebil, there have been two plants, Elebil 1 and Elebil 2, that have 53 megawatts in total. In 2018, there was a new reflection of hybridation. Either look, there has been a supply that is working with gas oil or natural gas, depending on cases, and these production means consume imported quantities in conventional fuels. The idea is to supply mainly this through gas oil in diesel, so the coverage in electric energy is to reduce the conventional in order to preserve these resources. And there is the maturity of technologies of the hybridation, which brought us to launch hybridation of 50 megawatts that are dealing with 9 diesel plants targeting the most remote places. And these were made on long distances. On the mapping, you can see the sites that have been selected. You have Tinduf site, Borj Baji Mukhtar, Timyawen, Tizawatin, Angzem, Janet, Borj Amar. Most of these are located at the frontiers of Algeria, so the powers are displayed, and it was commissioned in 2018. So the call for tenders were launched in December 2018, and the implementation was launched in 2019. And the process of achievement has recorded some delay for reasons pertaining to contracting parties and consequences resulting from the pandemic 19. So we had the first commissioning in Borj for 10 megawatts and Timyawan 2 megawatts. These are the pictures of Timyawan, and on the right that of Borj Mukhtar. The rest of the power is undergoing and is expected to be commissioned from October 2022 to this. This is for the 22 megawatts that are remaining. This is all the power that has been achieved by Sonalgaz that is displayed on the map, and this covers all the national territory in the north, and Salah Hadra Timimon poles, and also to the network of the Great Algerian South. The output in renewable energy has already been recorded. We have 600 gigawatts yearly, coming mainly from photovoltaic panels. The wind plant produced 10 gigawatts per year. This is a stable consumption that has been lasting for the 2018, 19, 20. So the distribution is displayed on this graph. Now, return of experience. We have about 3,700 gigawatts production of renewable energy, 100%. 300,000 of natural gas and the same quantity for gas have been saved. Significant mitigation of greenhouse effect, 3 million 2 tons of CO2, creation of more 3,000 direct and indirect jobs for engineering, exploitation and maintenance, the promotion of the subcontracting at the local level, 35 Algerian engineering civil for renting, for Guarding has intervened during the achievement stage. There has been a technology transfer and know-how through the supervision during the installation, during engineering of the photovoltaic system, for the maintenance, for the systems of and in the management of the projects. So there have been skills that have been developed then. So looking at the requirements and also the promising prospects of the energy transition, Sonelgas, just like it says, is part of the global dynamic of transition towards an energy system that is sustainable. Sonelgas has started the turn of energy transition through the development of energy mix, just like natural gas, which is such a reality, positioning as a major actor for the voltaic, the upgrading of the networks to adapt to its new production mode, the training of its staff, the achievement of the service, the development of a partnership, the contribution to the promotion of the national integration, the contribution to the development of the legal framework, and also the anchoring and taking measures in this respect. And thank you ever so much for this speedy intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Walid Krimia. I believe that it has been an extremely interesting presentation. Today, our gas and oil company is no longer limited to just that, notably the diversity in the renewable energy field is amongst one of your achievements. Therefore, I believe it has been shown in your presentation and in the future. We can now move to the second presentation, Mr. Samia Mugari. I have forgotten to say something in the beginning. We have allowed a 10-minute time for each presentation, so please try to stay within these frames in order to be able to have discussions later on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Thank you for these. Thank you for this opportunity that will allow me to present the first phase of the project. I hope that it would be the last and we can reach the second phase in the future. This project of 1,000 megawatts is a program that has been adopted by the government in 2021, and it has a capacity fixed at of 15,000 megawatts per year. So it is a program that is based in principle on the photovoltaic and wind energies. The SHIMS Association that is sponsored by Sonelgas and Sonatrach, created in 2021, has been established for the promotion for this first phase of the 1,000 megawatts program. As you know, we have launched the call for offers, and ever since it has launched in the month of February 2021, and there were exchanges with the investors and have clarified all points and attempted on the call offers The process is still ongoing, and I hope that we will proceed of the opening of the facilities soon, inshallah. So the solar 1,000 megawatts projects consists in the realization and exploitation of 5 central solar photovoltaic projects. The states chosen are the wilaya of Bashar, which will have 50 megawatts, Laghwat 300 megawatts, Al-Wed 300 megawatts as well, Tugurt 250 megawatts as well, and the wilaya of Wergla, which will have 100 megawatts. So the study of the identification of sites for the implementation centrals of photovoltaic have been led by Shems, and we have taken into consideration the availability of fields in collaboration with public authorities, as well as the study of soil and environment that we have transmitted to investors. We have also taken into consideration the study of orientation of the operator system and the doability of establishing this project. The objectives of this project is one of the objectives of these choices are to retain the fields, the largest fields that have the best type of soil. We have equally favorized the electric posts closest to the fields, as well as the different power panels from 50 megawatts, 100, 250, and 300 megawatts in order to analyze the power and the costs of kilowatts per hour. So we will know what are the best panels to do so. We have equally taken into consideration the impact, the social economic impact of each region, as it is extremely important in this field, and we have tried to ensure regional equality in establishing these fields in each region. Now I will address some dispositions in the call for offer for our choices, for the choice of investors that will accompany Shems in this project. The participation is open for all investors in Algeria or outside of Algeria. Each candidate can submit one or more lots with a total capacity of 300 megawatts. For each central, there will be a contract signed for 25 years. With, of course, Sonalgas being the distributor. The project will be established on Build, Own, Cooperate, BOO. The investment will be financed to 20% capital and 80% debts. Shems is going to associate each investor chosen for a participation in a social capital of the project that represents 20% of the project. The level of participation of the investor is going to reach 66%. There are also, we have required some conditions for the choice of investors. We have set they have to develop at least one photovoltaic center in the last 10 years. The realization of 2 photovoltaic presentations with a certificate of good execution, and the investor must justify the exploitation and maintenance of at least 2 central photovoltaic. These instructions have been given to Algerian investors and foreigners. They are extremely important for these calls of tender, as the centers of photovoltaic have been realized so far, but we must not denigrate the efforts that have been concerted by Algerian companies thus far. So all equipments must respect the IEC international norms and prove their capacities and efficiencies in all climate conditions. Now I will move on to a series of local content. In the framework of a national strategy of encouragement and promotion of local industry, investors are called to respect a total of 3% of content investment following a study that have been conducted in Algerian market. Shams has also launched a program that intervenes in the field of national fabrications in photovoltaic field. We have also realized an investor portfolio that consists of solar panels, transformators, and cables of all categories. After the launching of this first project, I believe and I'm certain that this project is going to boost international investors and diversify the production of equipments. Shems's commitments is to put into disposition are in the name of the Shems, under the name of Shems, and they will assist in obtaining all necessary authorization for investment, the provision of meteorological data. We have arranged the PPA contract with the buyer, as well as Shems will participate in the capital, social capital of 34%. It is a high commitment, as each investor will have a maximum of 300 megawatts. It is extremely important commitment because the two major associates of Shems are Sonalgaz and Sonatrach. So it is extremely important for the realization of this project. Shems will assist with in obtaining all necessary authorizations for this project. We will also assist in obtaining the benefits related to the investment according to the new investment law recently published. It is a complete exoneration of taxes for the duration of 10 years. It is extremely important for the fees. These tax provisions are considered a relief on the investors for both the buyers and the investors. Moreover, there will be the provisions of meteorological data, geotechnical, geophysical, and topographic studies that have been realized in 2022. We understand there have been a delay in the transmission of these studies since December 2021. Shems has written in the end of 2021. We have attempted to launch these studies, and thankfully they have been transmitted. So, at last, we will provide the technical requirements for the coordination of these new photovoltaic centers. So, what are the wins of this solar project and the advantages of these solar projects? One of the main advantages are 2,600 gigawatts per year as electric energy, renewable energy. Moreover, the emissions of gas. We will avoid 1.1 million tons of CO2 gases. We will also principally have 5,000 direct employments for this first project. Algeria, across this program, will respect its international commitment regarding climate change. It is an extremely important team in metal, aluminium, and electricity. We have, of course, to justify our carbon print. There is also the development and consolidation of the industry services in the renewable energy field. Like I always say, it's not the national industry that will boost this program, but it will be us that will have to put it through with the percentage of 34% in the future, and then as long as the national industries take into hand this challenge and attempt to diversify it. It is not sufficient to have one fabricant, but we must have more than one. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much, Mr. Bougali. Thank you for this presentation that has illustrated what I can call the Algerian pathway in renewable energies. We find the logic and mechanisms that we see in other countries within the region that have been implemented with notable successes. We have high expectations of these initiatives, and we wish you success, and we will follow it attentively in the following months. We now will move on to the next presentation. Another company, oil and gas company, that looks attentively into the field of renewable energies. It is Total Energy. I call Mr. Abdelkarim Ziad to join us.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to thank you for having extended the invitation to me, to all of you today. The topic, and I have the burden to talk about what are the expectations of the European investors in terms of renewable energies in Algeria. I'm going to try and provide you with some reading grids that are going to be somehow partial. Enable me to get into the core of the topic, to tell some words of Total Energy. As the moderator has presented, this Total Energy is not but an oil and gas company, but it is a company that is following the worldwide trend in energy transitions and has committed itself to open its portfolio and its energy bunch. Enable me to present what we do in renewable energy. The Total Energy is to provide the maximum people an affordable energy that is available with the print of carbon, and to be part of this energy transition at the worldwide level. As I put it earlier, from the historical point of view, we're known for our oil and gas activities, but we have developed also for about 10 years now a whole portfolio on renewable energies, biomass, but also hydrogen and green hydrogen, and other color associated in bicarbon. As far as the renewable energy, we are ambitioning to have a portfolio of 100 gigawatts at Horizon 2030, which is huge. In this respect, we have set up some stages to reach our goal. Today, in 2022, we are crude portfolio. We have a rough capacity of 12 gigawatts. We have committed ourselves at the horizon of 250 to be a net zero company. neutral in carbon. In this respect, we're investing more than $3 billion per year to reach these objectives. We need to know that this investment yearly represents 25% of our investments. All investments included to show how big the turn the company is making on the worldwide dynamic, which is an energy dynamic transition. At this reason, we would like to be among the top 5 of the major of renewable energies. Today, we major of oil and gas. We would like also to be major of renewable energies. These are just some examples of portfolios of some assets we are managing today, and we are an international company, so we are part of the renewable energies at the international level, and we have many projects, be they photovoltaic, solar, wind, energy onshore or offshore. We are benefiting from our experience in the exploitation of fossil energy to also work on wind, be it floating or anchored. A good project that we're building up today is 800 megawatts in Qatar. This is a project that is significant for us because it is one of the first projects that is going to meet 10% of the energy mix in Qatar, for which we're using technologies we wish to set up in Algeria, in a climate environment that is more or less like Algeria's. Though it is more complicated in Qatar that we do not have in through humidity we do not have in Algeria. The idea is to use a level effect at the worldwide level so that if for each country where total energy is present could set up a network. We call this renewable explorers to just represent oil and gas, but we have an explorer in renewable, and 30% of this a number of renewable explorers are present in Africa, so we are ambitioning to work in Africa at a large scale. So I'll get back to the Algerian party later on. This were just short words on the company. We say Total because we don't say Total Energy. We have the reflex of thinking oil and gas. It is quite true that we took part in the panel of gas, but today we are taking part in renewable energies. To answer the issue that was raised earlier, I would like to answer specifically. In this respect, I took a graph that represents the worldwide trends since the years 2000 up to today, in which we can see that the electricity energy is the quickest energy. It is followed, as we can see it on the graph trends. Natural gas is also well positioned as being a vector of the energy transition. In this respect, Algeria is well positioned to start its transition. We can see this is another study that we carry out on energy. There is the slowest progression, which concerns oil part. And the other piece of information we can take out of this graph, coal is declining since 2015. This graph shows mainly that we note that the worldwide GDP has trends that follow that of electricity, of the electricity demand. It means that there is a correlation or the same trend between the GDP at the worldwide level and the uses. It means that the worldwide economy is being decarbonated. The greenhouse effect gas are less driven by worldwide gas. This is the first note. The world is starting the energy transition from the point of view of its economic activities. What can it be said about Algeria concerning this worldwide trend? Here are 4 graphs. The first graph on the left refers to energy consumption in Algeria, including all sectors. This is we talk about transport, industry, but not the consumption of electricity. We can also see the CO2 emissions of greenhouse effects since the 90s. Below, there is the Algerian GDP at the same years, and there is a graph of the coal consumption in Algeria. I don't know whether you can note, but for me it's clear enough. The consumption of fossil energy in Algeria, CO2 emissions, and the Algerian GDP have the same trend, exactly the same trend. What does this mean? It means that Algeria has not started its energy transition yet, and everybody knows this. Algeria has not the same trend and has not started its energy transition. How can we react to this issue? If we look at the consumption of energy in Algeria, we can see that in the Algerian energy mix, if we take the Algerian electricity plants, we can see that they consume only gas to try and decarbonate this, because actually the base of the Algerian economy is energy. So the idea here is to diversify the Algerian energy mix, and we need to benefit from the wind and solar potential that Algeria has. This is what the authorities did by setting up a national program of renewable energy to meet the commitments of Algeria as for mitigating the greenhouse effects. And this is a way to give a response to the issue and have a national program. The idea also is to go beyond. There are other sectors that can be decarbonated and take part in this decorrelation of economic growth and fossil energy consumption. If you see this camembert cheese, a third of this consumption comes from the industrial people. So 30% is consumed by the industry, and they are gas mainly. The price of electricity that is industrial people pay since 2015 to 2021, we can see that the price of electricity industrials pay are between 3.5 cents the kilowatt. How to enhance the industrials to decarbonate their economy? If we ask them to decarbonate their economy by installing solar panels, for example, that's going to be complicated to be competitive. It's going to be difficult for them to reduce its energy bill. Because this is the idea. He's going to say, I'm not going to put 5 or 10 megawatts, because you would never reach the prices of electricity he buys from Senegal. We need, in this respect, to set up mechanisms to help renewable energies to penetrate the private sector. I'm not talking about a national program. It is quite clear. We need PPA, international trends. This is standard. This is a royal way to save at a maximum CO2 and decrease gas consumption of the country. There is an industrial sector that is worth a third of the bunch. In this respect, I propose two paths. The first path is regulatory. Is to set up contractual today. The solar and wind are binding with contracts that are specific and that have shown their evidence. It's just like doing PPA with the off-taker and the project company. Why not set up a PPA corporate that is purchase contract for electricity, be it on site, or why not between in places that are not on site. which means we can possibly project and do willing site PPA that will put a central plant or in the whole plateau to be connected to somebody living in the north through a Sun gas network that is very well gridded. There are also other mechanisms, just like late metering with injection on the network of Sun gas. These are things that are being carried out at international level. There is also another part. We witnessed that the price of electricity is such a strength. So to decarbonize this economy, we need to help to make sure that renewable energies can alleviate somehow the weight of use of gas and oil. There are administration issues sometimes. It would be good to update and aim the private sector, not only public call for tender, as we need to implement a carbon market in Algeria or a carbon taxation. This can have an impact indeed on consumption, but why not set up a carbon market? In any case, I think Mr. Mugaria has mentioned the carbon credits that Shem's project is going to generate. We need also to see what are the valorization mechanisms. The answer is not quite obvious, but we need to anticipate on this. I've just finished. I just wanted to put a sentence for the forum economy to near a conclusion. There are more and more international companies that are trying to decarbonate their economy. If we take the GAFAM, that is the major American digital companies like Amazon is committing itself to have at 100% its clean energy. There are regulatory mechanisms to be supplied with energy. Countries for which there is a regulatory favoring the setting up of these specific contracts to renewable energies attract the foreign investors. Thank you very so much for your kind attention. Thank you, Mr. Ziri. I think it was quite useful to have an idea, an insight of what an energy European economy can do, what can do at the international level, especially in a country like Algeria. I kept in mind also the relevant paths and proposals you mentioned in terms of regulatory reforms or taxation measures. I do not know enough the Algerian context, but I think that this type of proposals can be subject to a debate and can be taken into account by the authorities and discussed with the potential investors in this field of renewable energies. Now let's get back to industrial operators in Algeria, mainly the Algeria cluster on green energy. Mr. Mehdi Bendimirad is the director. I give you the floor, Mr. Ben Mehdi. Thank you.
Peace be upon you. Good morning, everyone. It is a great honor for us to be present here amongst you with our European partners. I believe there is a dynamic that has been developed between our countries and state when you can participate as partners within these agreements. What is important to note, I don't know where the presentation is, but I can speak without it otherwise. Thank you. What I wanted to say is I will quickly present our entity, the Algerian Green Cluster. But then I will address how we can increase and develop our statements. I will also address the value chains, what we can do together along with our European partner. The cluster has Sea Enlightened 2017 and has known big high schools and universities and everything that is related to energetic transition. We federate the group of entities that allow this transition. In 2017, we had it in our name, and now use our own green cluster, Algeria. At the level of the local mindset and international mindset regarding the evolution of energetic transition. Our actors, we used to be 15 and now we are 40. We are slowly growing, but surely. Notably with some actors who are increasingly growing with important capacities, industry-wise, as well as the know-how that has developed in services and operations. And the daily use of centrals, photovoltaic centers. I'm going to go through 2017. We have been created in which we addressed renewable energy, and slowly we transitioned to the next step and changed our vision of seeing renewable energies. Thanks to which we have a program that helps us. It is the 15 gigawatts in 2035. Like my colleague specified earlier, we are growing increasingly and are having strong industrials who are putting through important investments, and it will allow us to grow increasingly. We have this 1,000 megawatts per year until 15,000 megawatts per year until 2035, of course. The help that we are having is important in order to be able to develop in this field, notably the contest of local content. A minimum of 30% for solar 1,000 megawatts is required. Like my colleague also said, we have recensored the different actors and how they can meet the needs of the program currently at hand. So we work with the private and public sectors and have this dynamic between all of us that is created. With this 15,000 megawatts program, we are aiming to create 67,000 direct jobs and create a strong ecosystem in job creation and employment, as well as renewable energy. It would also allow the development of services where we did not meet the required level. This project will, however, allow us to do so, notably in operational side and maintenance field, as well as the non-technical side, like legal, finance, and increasing the building capacity. We will also see the emergence of new players and actors, developers, EPC contractors, companies I have mentioned earlier, of all that is operational, and again, maintenance will allow, and we are currently working with high schools and universities in energies in order to be sure that what the industry is demanding is going to be met. In order to have these parallels and transfer of know-how on the educational level towards the industry and the companies, service companies, is going to allow to have a vision and a relay, not only for job employment and creation, but also for our companies that will need competent people and know-how. Many MAUs. We have met many MAUs with universities in order to meet our know-how, the know-how of our companies. I wanted to speak about what our cluster proposes. We are around in capacity, at least for the first gigawatt, 30% of market in solar panels, 85% in structures, 1,000 megawatts in cables and EPCs, 30% in EPCs, and the operational and maintenance, we are around 30%. Therefore, there is room for these actors and more space for development and increasing and growth for the different programs that are being put into place. Now, like you can see what I have, like you see in the slide here, you can see the different possibilities and capacities that industries are providing. I wanted to address real quick on what we can do with the European Union. The European Union has a current need in 2025 of 300 gigawatts. In 2035, they would be needing 600 gigawatts. So you will be needing all players and actors that compose chain values of energetic transition. You can do it with us here. I will explain. We can see actors from different fields in the production of panels, production of structures, and all chain values present in here for not only to meet the need and transfer and the know-how that our country needs, but can also meet the local needs and the European Union needs. And I believe, knowing that you have this big need, you can call and have your own companies co-localization in Algeria, because the experts exist and the market exists. So there will be a win-win strategy, and find ourselves in such situation. You will create within us, you will create jobs, you will create experts, dynamic within a local program. And increasingly, you will be meeting the needs of European Union. Therefore, these partnerships will take place between two entities, and I truly believe, firmly believe, that the future lies within this type of partnerships, both for us and you. Therefore, it is a call for industries and all entities that desire to contribute to the emergence of energetic transition in the future, and integrate itself within the local and international program. We speak of near production. Algeria is the nearest country to the European Union that has in its DNA the required energy. We can therefore meet the needs, which is extremely important for the moment. When we address decarbonization, climate change, we can do it together. This is what I wanted to say, all in all, about this topic. I have not addressed it, but I will say it real quick. There is all that is in the agriculture field. More than 5 gigawatts are needed, and we can work commonly through it and meet the needs of agriculture and our security, food security. Therefore, we will have double security, both energetic and food security, with which we can work together. Thank you so much for your attention, and I will be here to answer your questions should you have any, and explain to you further on this chain value. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bendemarad. I must say, I'm fascinated by the call of tenders you just presented in Algeria and the European Union. In the following years, we will be needing solar panels and equipment to develop the solar production. And we don't know if the total of these material are produced truly. And we must ask ourselves the questions how we can attract the Euro-Mediterranean region in this manner. So what you have said is extremely pertinent. And we are asking, when we have the same problem in Europe and have similar problems in Europe, in Italy, in Sicilia, we have launched a solar panel project, but the potential of Algeria to playing a role in this manner is evident, like you have displayed, and I hope you can move forward in this direction. Perhaps I am too ambitious and I'm dreaming, but we must think of a Euro-political manner in order to bring towards our region at least one part of the program you have addressed. So thank you so much for your suggestions and your commitments. Now we will move to the finance question, extremely important. Fouad Sid is going to address this.
Juste pour projeter les slides.
Slides, please.
Donc le temps que ça sera.
Good morning, everyone. I think the panel here represents the ecosystem required for the success of renewable energies, because we have the buyers, Sonalgaz, and Shems, the producer, investor, Total, and an ecosystem of subcontracting like Cluster. But one thing is missing: money, finance. And it is important to speak about financing, because for the first giga, 80% of finance is going to be done by buyers who will assume the risks. Without these investors, the programs will not be able to move on. I don't know where the presentation is. Our intervention, Société Générale, as a financial institution, we are thinking together about our role of accompanying the success of this program. First, this slide addresses the investors, asking them why come invest in Algeria and invest in renewable energies. You must speak their language. There is the attractiveness of the country, which is measured by a simple rating, external rating. There are models that calculate this rating. I imagine that all countries have their. Algeria does not have external rating thus far, but we apply these rating models. Algeria could qualify for at least a BB rating, which would make Algeria one of the best African countries in risks. So with this attractiveness, besides South Africa, Algeria would have the best risk factors. It is the prerequisite before any investor would seek investment in a country. The second element, which is also a prerequisite, it is the infrastructure energy, like we see in Asian and African countries, like in Egypt. For the development of renewable energy in Algeria, it is thanks to investments that have been put through by investors since our independence. We have one of the best networks in the world. It is important to mention it. With the installation of capacities of 24 giga, absorbing 1 giga each year, could be done smoothly and in a more fluid manner. So if we put through the best projections, we can attain the right percentages and can be absorbed easily. It is a second important prerequisite that represents a true force for Algeria. The solar potential, we all speak of solar potential, which is more than 3,000 hours of sunshine per year. There is also the quality of our climate in our regions where humidity nears zero, and it is very important in the efficiency of the panel outcomes. There is also the quality, the color of our sand for the reflection of sunshine, all of which are elements are very important. Concerning human natural potentials, we have one of the best in the world. I believe that we meet all the prerequisites to succeed this program. So the investors know these prerequisites, and I do not have any doubt seeing them come massively investing in renewable energies in Algeria. Now, how to finance this program? First, renewable energies is a capitalist sector. If we retain the 1 giga $1 billion ratio, we also have the 17 giga. The amount of money is important, and if I express it in Algerian dinar, it's 4,500 billion dinars. It's incredible to ensure the financing of this program. I'm going to say it clearly. Algeria's banking statement alone cannot ensure the financement of these projects. 4,500 billion Algerian dinars. Therefore, we must put forth all possible financial sources to succeed this program. And we must think together to put this financing mechanisms in this area. We have in this area we have the personal the own funds, attached to the UN, African Bank. So we have extremely important funds to acquire and must be integrated in our way of thinking. Other than that, it is also a question of partnership with the local matter. We must put the interest of local capitals within the local industries and to acquire the know-hows and become later on energetic actors in the framework of diversifying the projects locally. When speaking of debts, perhaps this first giga is important, and to ensure the financing of this first one. As for the rest, Algeria's region could assume an important part in the financing of the resources. We must think of reactivating Algerian financial market, notably the in the years 2000, we have relieved many sanctions and must think of putting. We must think of relieving them further in the future. In the short term, the investor, we must think of manners to bring back the investors in financing big projects. And now, internationally, the immediate opening has taken place thanks to the regulations that allow the international investors and sponsors, what we call DFI. There are many projects that have concerted their efforts in renewable energies, like the European Union, like the European Bank, who is an important actor in the financing of these projects with their know-hows and their assistant contracts, financial guarantees. Therefore, we must think clearly about integrating them in our ways of thinking.
The last resource is the valorization of the carbon credits. Algeria has signed the mechanism of development that are inherent to the United Nations, and we are members of the Kyoto Convention, but we are missing one thing, which is a national authority that is certifying the carbon credits. Through this panel, let me launch this call to set up quickly this national entity, and this will enable in the future the gentleman from Sonalgaz has mentioned some millions to be spared. If you take the price of the ton of CO2 today, which is around $40 a ton, you multiply $40 per ton by some millions. 70, you say. Oh, so this has increased meanwhile. And you multiply this by some millions, you will get a figure that is going immediately. It improve the profitability of this project and reduce the kilowatt that is going to be paid by the Algerian consumer in the end. Now a few reflections to succeed in this program. What we have noted, because we mentioned a lot, developers, ecosystems, I think there are so many languages. There is profitability, balance of the risk in the contract, the entrepreneur. I think we need to have some technical assistance, some financial assistance that can be the driving belt and let everybody join. because everything I'm saying is not contradictory. We can have the cheapest kilowatt. So in terms of profitability, all these are factors that can be complementary through financial advice and technical assistance. I think we can get to this important balance to go through reliable contracts. So we need to think on the strategy. This is very important. It's better to have it through incentive and progressive mechanisms. Setting quickly rules can impede somehow the program. Projecting it with taxation incentives can lead us to master the different interests. Today I was talking to Mulud at Horizon 2035, and I say why Algeria cannot be endowed with a plant of photovoltaic cells, and why not think over producing cells designed to supply photovoltaic cell plants. This can be a dream, but achievable. We have gas, we have sand, we have the orders. Now we need to find partnerships, and I think we have a role to play in the integration of value chains. Can you near a conclusion, please? The two last conclusions. Think of setting up a regulatory framework to encourage setting up photovoltaic and solar energy. We have identified some hundreds of megawatts available right now. These are groups that have expectations in terms of decrease in carbon prints. They're ready to invest or buy solar kilowatts. We're thinking of what within corporate PPA. I presume we're going to have a dialogue with Craig shortly to set up these first plants and prove we can do something in an off-grid framework with the private sector. Now let me get to the regulatory framework for the creation of a carbon market. I was saying that we need a national entity to certify this carbon issue. And this is the last milestone to enable us to value this aspect for financing. Thank you. Thank you ever so much, Mr. President, for this insight that is exhaustive of the stakes in the field of financing. I just wanted to add a small piece of information. The European Commission n'est pas a bank. We're not granting loans, but we have still some financial institutions that can be used in this respect. We have a budget for which we can give donations and make guarantees, but it should be done through our institutional financial institutions like BIRD and other European financial institutions. There is indeed a possibility to benefit from the European budget, in the extent that these European financial institutions are operational in Algeria. Let's go to the last presentation. At last but not least, we go to the issue of the energy. So, Marwan Sharban, Director General of APRI, we are behind the schedule, so if you can confine with the deadlines, that would be nice. So let's go through the presentation of the Algerian National Strategy for Energy Efficiency and Partnership Opportunities. Mr. Shaban, you have the floor. Good morning, all. I will try not to take back what has already been said, but I have to get back on some bullets in terms of clarification and start a debate, trigger a debate that will start later. In this presentation, I will try to provide you with some leading threads concerning the national strategy for energy efficiency, partnership opportunities, and energy transition. I'm going to try also to further explain the strategy and jump over some reactions answering the representative of total between growth energy. The electrification of users is not an indicator that country has started its transition. For the time being, most of the insurance of the extraction of materials up to the processing comes from the fossil energies. There is another aspect that needs to be integrated. So this aspect of reviewing our way of consumption and producing goods, our way of consuming and producing is totally linked to fossil energy. At a time, we thought they were unlimited, and now we realize that they are limited, in which case we need to review our way of consuming, be it in the socio-economic behaviors or in some more technical aspects like energy efficiency. Actually, it's time to change and move from a growth model that is very energy consuming to another aspect depending on fossils. I contradict you. The trend is here and is extending and is prevailing. So we need some historical ruptures to shift to another word based on energy system that lays on energy mix we called a balanced mixed energy. We are a gas country, so we're going to benefit from this gas to start an energy transition on a progressive basis that is not contradicting the evolution of the country. It lays also on the energy efficiency and also fighting energy waste. This energy transition, as I put it earlier, is dealing with ruptures with fossil energies and environmental fossils and fighting the climate changes, moving from an energy system that is decarbonated. And this cannot be limited. These ruptures, as I put it, should go through a decoupling with the economic growth. For Algeria, the stakes of the transition are very clear. It is its energy independence. The idea is to meet most of its energy demands without importing any thing, be it primary sources or final sources. It has to ensure its energy security and has to bind with its international commitments in terms of reduction of greenhouse effects of 22%, for which it committed in term. I'm going to tell you a few words of APRU, which is the rationalization of use of energy, which has been existing since 1965 with ups and downs depending on the development of the prices of oil. The situation is favorable today. Its main duty is to set up the national program of mastering the energy that comes itself from the energy transition. The idea is promoting energies in all sectors you care to name. We're giving a priority to some sectors compared to others, mobilization of all players around the stakes, encouraging partnership in terms of renewable energy and also the capacity building. That is a very important aspect if we want to speed up this transition. It has started a new strategy that is going to affect its organization, digitalization of processes, new resources, and deploy at the regional level. The first stage will be done as from 2023 for the 4 regions of Algeria, east, west, south, north. We have also engaged revelation of the energy master rationally the revision of projects mastering the dealing over some important aspects that need to be financed with a minimum of greenhouse effect. We have also adjusted the planning with the prior national priorities in terms of mastering energy. And of course, when technology is reaching competitivity and the market is going to win, so there is a reorientation in other organizations of the markets. There is also assistance from the state, be it on a loan. The speaker is reading too fast, which makes it very hard to the translator to follow, but even though he's trying to stick. The transport is another aspect that is very important. The industry, both public and private, agriculture, public exploitation. Somebody was talking earlier about the blossoming of agriculture. So we're going to do of hybridation, photovoltaic as supply sources for the farming that are away from the networks. We have supported this plan of mastering the energy. Indeed, the efficiency, be it primary or final, is increasing more and more. It has reached 67 ton step in 2021. There has been a small inflection, as you can see it on the slide, due to the pandemic, but the curve has come back again to its initial stage. The sectors that are more energy consuming, you have residential and tertiary that is using about 50% of energy. Industry, second place, and transport. This is the cheese graph we have most of the time. This consumption is based with 70% is based on natural gas. Mainly, be it for electricity protection or processing in GPL and others. All these aggregates are permanently growing. The energy efficiency indicator is the indicator of the sustainable objective development. And Algeria has committed itself. So the indicator is energy intensity that is giving us somehow the energy consumption to produce 1 dinar of GDP. We see that this intensity in Algeria in the end is around 4 TEP per million dinars, 2010. It tends actually to increase. 2019-20 were special years, but the trend is ever growing. This intensity is actually twice the best European practices. It is in the lower part. For the oil, but it is twice higher compared to the best practice. There are 50% of energy saving in terms of energy efficiency in the sectors I'm going to list. For the transport sector, I'm not going to talk about because it's specific. It's a bit special. For industry, this intensity is very high. So, and we need to review processes for the production of goods. In the residential area, this trend is even higher compared, pertaining to the millions of houses that were built in the last years, and also the huge use of air conditioning. So there is an increase of 4% per year, be it at the surface or in depth, because the average consumption per client has increased by 50% during these last 10 years. From the production point of view of energy, this was said earlier, figures is 24 gigawatts today. Compared to what has been said earlier, we make the difference between the installed capacity and the capacity to transport to transit the next injection offshore. But even though we have a capacity that is present, and you can see that part of renewable energy is rather low, but it will grow, be it for self-consumption or for small and medium-sized projects. The national program of energy mastering that comes from the energy transition. You have two programs, that of renewable energy and that of mastering the energy. That of mastering energy is aiming at mitigating 10% of energy compared to 2020, which makes about 5 million taps to be saved, which is more than 60 terawatt per year. It's 6 terawatt, which is the annual consumption of Algeria in 2020. 6 terawatt, as I put it yesterday, is about twice as much as 1,000 megawatt plant. And it's more than 1 billion cube meters saved every year, just with 10% of energy consumption. This energy saving is going to be done through fighting energy waste. The cost of energy is one of the causes. So subsidies we need to subsidize the person that is consuming, but not the product itself. And the program of renewable energies is 30% of the annual in the energy mix up to 2030. This is in terms of capacities. This privileges the prioritization of the sectors that are energy consuming, like building, road infrastructure, and industry, like sectors like mechanic, electric, electrical, agro-food, and inter-energetic also preservation of natural gas, and also the reduction of greenhouse effect. Can I ask you to near a conclusion, please? But I have to provide you with the program, then I will go to the conclusion. So there is a project that has been started in 2020, is under completion. These next 3 years, in terms of energy mastering, was the multidimensional approach was made in the mission sector. There are support actions of raising awareness and capacity building. There is also revision of regulatory capacities so that they can be productive. For building part, you have about, let me just list the major actions. You have a project of thermal insulation for 35,000 units, the deployment of solar heaters, and the use of performing air conditioners. over 35 hotel buildings as a start. The promotion of gas enables us to save about 30% in the tertiary buildings. The deployment of public lighting, 150,000 units, and also the private and tertiary are using about 150 megawatts, and these are going to be co-financed by the general fund that will not be existing as from 31 December 2023 and is going to be replaced by our own mechanism. You have co-financing that starts from 30%, just like for thermal insulation. There is also the building insulation that is required. It is not normal when we buy a car to say how much it consumes. But when we buy a house or flat, we do not ask what is the consumption, just like as we do for the car. So there are favoring the market equipment. So laboratories should be accredited and be set up. For transportation, we need to convert 130,000 vehicles on the next year. So we need to promote electric vehicles with an operation of demonstration, 2,000, 5,000 of light cars and utility cars are going to be experienced in this respect. All these measures have enabled to look after all the cars that are going to be put into circulation up to 2035. And this is going to lead certainly for decarbonation. Let me give you an idea of 2035, 1 million of cars and trucks are planned to be tested at this year. And it is 13 electricity loads that are going to be installed up to 2035. Let me finish with the industrial sector that is very important for us. 300 projects, just like decision assistance, like feasibility studies to improve and audit and assess the potential of energy of a given unit. But we do also the improvement of industrial processes, acquiring more performing equipment. The objective is to bring industrial enterprises to be more sober and improve their competitivity by mitigating the charges linked to energy, knowing that the charge of paid energy is not the real price they have to pay. One day or the other, they will have to pay the real price. So we need to remain competitive, promote the creation of enterprises, and reduce the impact of the industrial sector on everything. Let me just finish. I'm not going to dwell on partnership. Let's talk now about ruptures that are necessary if you want to initiate this energy transition. There is the paradigm of moving from fossil energy to energy with no carbon emissions. That is going to generate new markets to which technologies are bringing some positive aspects. Untranslatable. We need to think of a major infrastructure, mainly urbanism, accommodation, as the rate is determining building a city far from public services, end up in a lot of transportation. We need to review all the policies. So we need to go through a phase of consumption. We need to reverse the policy of subsidiary. I mentioned earlier socioeconomic ruptures that are going to affect the consumer in their way of consuming, of being transported, of managing their waste and producing their waste. The authorities and the industrialists are the most targeted. And we need technological ruptures that need to be integrated, just like hydrogen for the system, the smart grid, innovating buildings, environmental stakes are a tangible reality. And we need economic rupture because one day or the other we need to transit from linear economy, especially fight waste and recycle waste. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Mr. Shaban. I think with a colleague of the ministry, I can see Mr. Majloul, we need to plan another forum, business forum, as the stakes are very complex. So so we take 15 minutes for the debate before breaking for coffee. Microphone for those who want to take a question. Thank you. The level of the panel is extraordinary. I know most of the speakers. Let me just talk about two items. I am Riyad Boujemadi. All my life I worked in energy, especially in energy transition. The topic today is Europe and Algeria. How to find the correlation between the two, and especially make the link between the two. There are two topics. The first one is that we did not consider the wind energy, and we did not mention the steppe marines, everything that is hydraulic. Let me clarify. The World Bank carried out a study on the 30th September 2020 that demonstrated that there is a wind potential. This is the first potential in Africa, which is 7.7 gigawatts. This is what I call a low average. We made calculations. The medium average is around 12 gigawatts. The issue of correlation between Algeria and Europe is not just to make a transfer of knowledge and skills, but we need to go to a very important stage that is transport of technology. In the wind energy, it is a job that Algeria should learn. It's not just make a decommissioning of a wind tool. The idea is to learn how to build turbines that are used. We have wind posts that go up to 16 gigawatts. There is something to do in this respect. So let me stick to the first question. Second point are steps. So we will call stages of turbines and pumping. There is such a huge potential in Algeria. We call marine steps because on the Mediterranean coast, Algeria has cliffs that can go up to 15 meters, 20 meters high. A step are two basins, one upstream and one downstream basin when the price of electricity is low. So we get water up to the basin, up to the top, and when the price of electricity, where the demand is low, we just release water. These are just communicating vases. There is a European know-how on the marine steps, and there is a genuine potential to carry out 8, 10, 12-hour steps, which is going to support energy transition. This is the first point. Now, technology transfer, not know-how, because know-how can stop at one time or another. Second item that is important. Earlier, I could hear one of my colleagues from the finance talking about cellulose and think of working on the cell. Be aware, we are reaching here the polocrystalline, and we are reaching the decreasing aspect. We are about 24, 22 I think there is a notion of technological rupture. This should be taken into consideration. We need to work with Europeans so that we can capture this technological aspect and say we shouldn't go to this aspect, but rather use another path. There is a huge survey that has been carried out by McKinsey on the ruptures in technology on all sectors you care to name. When you look at the energy part, there will be a so quick change. The United States have just released 300 billion just on solar panels in Europe are mentioning 150 billion euros to go towards this rupture. We should not be lagging behind. We should, so that we support you. You should support us also. Thank you ever so much. We take another question, then we will give you answers.
Allez-y, Monsieur Bendimeled.
Quickly, just to answer to your question, Riyad, we do agree about the program that we have. We have 90% in solar, and we have a huge advantage. We have already present actors. We have to capitalize on what we could do right now, because in the perspective of 20, 30, 40, 50, we'll talk about other things. We could talk about eolian, but now we are good in solar energy. We have advantages that we could compare. We have advantages of production and energy. It doesn't cost so much. Come and produce your solar panel, your cables, all what made the value chain, because we have cheap energy, which is a great point. We have a qualified maneuver, and all this could be put in place, and we could capitalize it right now. The rest, I do agree, but it takes time. In 2040, 50, we are in the, maybe Sonalgas will talk about this better than me, and maybe they have some plans for this, but let's concentrate on what we can do and on which we already have advantages. I would like to add something. It is always good to the air energy is answering one problematic to the lack of solar energy. In Algeria, you have such technologies to assure the renewable energies and other advantages. Other advantages that we have is that we should talk about biomass. This technological right should be launched quickly. The national program of 15,000 megawatt and 500,000 megawatt on which we should work. We have more risks and more work to identify the sites, and also to tell you that we have worked with the World Bank, and we made a study to install some capacities for the future. And thank you. We'll take another question. Thank you, madam. Very quickly, 2 or 3 comments and 2 and 3 questions. Please introduce yourself. Yes. Lamine Kadi, I'm president of the Transition Commission of the National Council, Economic and Environmental Council. And I will start by the financing of the energy transition. Money is very important. I have to emphasize on the representative of the General Society talked about the Kyoto agreement. We talk about the Article 6 of the Agreement of Paris, all what is carbon, cooperation, etc. In this framework, the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement offers a lot of opportunities for the mobilization of capitals in terms of financing of programs. We're talking about the renewable energy, not energy transition, of course. Today, in this session, it is part of the subject, but the energy transformation is very wide. We talked about the transformation of energy. Let's go back to transformation. After this When you talk about certification of carbon, we should talk about national or international. These two are very different. A lot of countries put in place a national carbon market, and in this case, we need talking about the international access to the access to the international market. You have many important actors like the labelization, standard labelization, etc. The access to the international carbon market and the green financing is very competitive. And today, what is positive for your country is that to lead this ambitious program is the financing in engineering that should be developed in Algeria and should be put in place to have all the tenders. We have the problem of financing, which is still a problem. In this, we have to work hard. We have a cooperation possibility with the European Union. And even the European financing actors are in transition with the ESG norms, the climatic risk, which is impacting the bank financial activities. This is a first step. When we talk about the carbon test at the national level, I go back to what Mr. Representative of the General Society said. We can talk about the carbon tax. We know that in Algeria, we talked about the reorientation, and I think that it is something to work on. The mechanisms are not easy. We need to target the transfer of the fossil energies to renewable energies. The fount of the problem of the special affectation that has been given to the new energies and the management of the energies should be disappear at the end of this year, as all the special affectation counts. We have to find the alternative, and it would be very interesting to think about a special fund which could be a public-private partnership or international partnership, and settle the problem to the access of the green energy. And the climate green fund today in the world is very precise. You should have a national authority that should be designed. This has been installed but not operational yet, and I think that this is a priority to make this project make it a success. And I think that we have the governors on the fragmentation of the actors and some questions. The 15 gigawatt on for 2036, the development and the efficiency of the energy efficiency first. I do agree, because in Algeria the strategy should be a priority to think about the internal demand of the final energy. We saw in the presentation of APRU some important sectors as the transportation and the building are responsible of 50% of the final energy consumption. And this would let time to develop very ambitious programs as the one that we are talking today. Adding to that, in field of strategy, we didn't talk about the air energy. My question was the 5 gigawatts are concerning the photovoltaic, because we had 20 gigawatt for 2030. Does it concern only the photovoltaic or the thermic solar? We talked about agriculture this morning. Someone had talked about agriculture and the development of the renewable energies. It is so much the thermic solar, because we have a process of heat in the food, and here it would be interesting to see what we could do in thermic solar. The technologies are very basic. There are so many things to do. The financing are cheaper than the photovoltaic. Sonalgas had adopted its net for the distribution of a massive renewable energy. The question of the smart grid, is there any works that has been made? I think this is an obstacle for the renewable energies. Another question. The project 1 gigawatt, we evaluated the LCE and the cost of the kilowatt in terms of target. This is what I wanted to say until now. I will go back to you. I'm sorry, we will end up the session to respect our program. I'm sorry, I will let our lecturers and panelists to answer. You could discuss with them at the coffee break. I could answer on the program first. The program of 15,000 megawatts had 500 megawatt of biomass. Concerning the CSP, if you do remember, the first program of 20,000 megawatt was based on CSP. We saw the first experience at Hasirmal, and the implementation in 2008. The water CSP cost is very high. It has been approved by the government. It is based on the photovoltaic, and it offers a competitive price and a very cheap kilowatt cost. This is a very important element. In fact, this is why we worked a lot on the financing of this program. The cost of this is more than 50% of the kilowatt. We are conscious of that. We asked to the governor and the competent services the acceptance and the access to the international financing for the development financing, and we of course made some conditions, because the access to international financing, we need a PPS, solid guarantees, solid governance guarantees. The authorities were conscious of this and conscious of the impact of the service of depth on the kilowatt. They decided to make local financing. We will make this first exercise, and we wish to have a competitive kilowatt, we wish, and we will see for the rest. The challenge is very important. 15,000 megawatt, $15,000 million, and we should focalize on the 15,000 megawatt on the program, and we will see after that. We take in consideration the carbon credit if you can develop this. We will ask our future partners to work on these attributions, and also we have the gas economies that should be taken into consideration. My friend from Sonalgas has mentioned the production of 305,000 megawatt, and we talked about a figure for the production of the year of energy, solar energy, and this needs some debates, but this quantity is of gas is very important. Thank you so much. Please answer quickly. Thank you. Talking about the carbon credit, when we talked about it at the international level. If you have a method to valorize the carbon credit immediately, we can take this. Frankly, it will give a boost. You talked about financing we talked about the national certification. The biggest actors of the international market wouldn't accept to work on this. If you have any idea, we will take it. We are ready to have a dialogue with you with pleasure. If I could add something to see what is the carbon credit in Algeria. We don't have a regulation on this market. It is a volunteer market, and I think that the client should be interested by the Algeria and its carbon credit. This market was in the Middle East. The price of the carbon are not as we are waiting for. This is to valorize this source, and this source will help to diversify our energy bouquet. At the international level, I can give some words. It is a priority because it is the most accessible technology with the industrial tissue. We talked about this so many times. I hope that we should use this renewable energy program should be shared, and I think that Mehdi proposed 2014-50 is far away, but we can start and work immediately on the energy mix inside the renewable energy. This will permit to increase the air energy could allow things in what the solar energy could not allow. If we do a world benchmarking, 100 or 200 more to go to the thermic solar, the leader countries, Spain and United States, have abandoned this energy because it's not interesting, and this technology is more complex with high OPEX. I'm talking about the national program, which was on the great projects. 30 seconds, please, to close up. The preparation of the net, I confirm to you that the national electricity net has absorbed a great capacity of the program. It will be developed step by step with the integration of renewable energies. There's no problem concerning the absorption of the nets. Excuse me, but I can't give you more time, and we have to respect the timing. Let's meet after 15 minutes for the second session. The panelists at your disposal in the coffee break, during the coffee break. Thank you.
D'accord, merci. Messieurs, dames, si vous voulez bien vous installer, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Mesdames et messieurs, si vous voulez bien rejoindre vos places, s'il vous plaît. On va entamer le
So we'll start the second panel of this morning. I will ask you to join your seat to start. Thank you.
Oui. Rebonjour à tous.
Good morning to everyone. Green, renewable, and low carbon. So, the decarbonization to diminish the warming of the climate. In this panel, this will be on the renewable and low carbon hydrogen. The strategy of European Union will be presented, and the Algerian potential. This will be presented by Dr. Abdelhamid Marawi, Director for Hydrogen Division for the SDER. I'll ask him to join me on the floor. He will present his panelists. A lecture would not be given on the strategy of the hydrogen in Algeria. The lecturer is absent for professional reasons. He apologized. I would ask the panelists to respect the time given of 10 minutes so we could move on to the debate. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We will present the last session, renewable and low carbon hydrogen. So I call Mr. Alessandro Polito. Mr. Milud Mjallad apologized because he we would not be able to make his presentation. Mr. Yorgo Hajimakakis and Mr. Bilal Kalash. The green hydrogen and the future technology, we think that it would be the energetic vector which will be the important role in the energy transition toward the low carbon of the economy, and the European Union has targets for zero carbon emission until 2015. Algeria, we have some goals which will be exposed and which should have been exposed, and we think that hydrogen as an energy vector will permit or allow to penetrate better Sorry, Mr. Gauthier. Sorry, I do apologize for forgetting your name. I'm really sorry. Without any delay, I will give the floor to Mr. Alessandro Polito to present the EU hydrogen strategy and the evolution of European hydrogen demand. So, you have 10 minutes of presentation maximum. you could maybe have more time, but just a little bit. So Mr. Alessandro Polito is Principal Administrator of Director General of Energy. He's responsible.
Et des aspects internationaux des énergies renouvelables. Avant de rejoindre la Direction générale pour l'énergie, il était directeur général de l'industrie des marchés internationaux et s'occupait des barrières au marché international dans le contexte de l'OMS.
And then with the international public procurement covering the World International Organization Agreement on Government Procurement, negotiation with Australia, New Zealand and the UK in bilateral relations with China and Japan. Alessandro graduated in history and politics from the University of Catania, hold a master's degrees in international relations from Lewis University and in European Studies from the College of Europe. He will present European Union Hydrogen Strategy and the evolution of European hydrogen demand.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur. Bonjour à tout le monde. C'est un plaisir d'être ici, donc merci.
So thank you very much for having given me the opportunity to be here. I will do my presentation in English, and I hope that everyone would understand. But for the question, I will answer in French.
Our hydrogen strategy, the EU hydrogen strategy, it's not something new. It was adopted in July 2020, but it comes from reflections on hydrogen that we started already a long time ago. This slide is very important for me because it shows how we see hydrogen, how it is placed in our energy system, which is very important for us. We have a pyramid in our decarbonization strategy, which is based on 3 pillars. The first pillar is a more efficient and circular system, basically energy efficiency. We saw already before how important it is also for Algeria, but I would say it's an essential element of decarbonization strategies all over the world. The second pillar is deep electrification combined with a massive installment of renewable energy. And the third one is where renewable and low-carbon fuels are placed, and renewable hydrogen is part of this. Our strategy has 3 different time frames, three different steps. One is 2025, in which we aim to install 6 gigawatts of renewable hydrogen electrolyzers. And the role of these 6 gigawatts will be mostly to decarbonize current hydrogen uses. So we already use hydrogen in Europe, mostly in ammonia production and refining. And we think the first delivery of renewable hydrogen will be aiming at decarbonizing these sectors. In this period, what we want to do is to create a regulatory framework for renewable hydrogen in Europe. It's what we are doing. We started with legislative proposals in 2021, in July 2021, and our work at the moment is concentrating and focusing on creating this market and planning renewable energy infrastructure. By 2030, our original aiming strategy was to install 40 gigawatts of renewable hydrogen electrolyzers. But you might have heard that our plan changed radically after Russian invasion of Ukraine and with the adoption of our REPowerEU plan, which is a plan to phase out our dependency from fossil fuels imported from Russia, which increases, of course, all the low-carbon alternatives that we have to replace this dependency. And so our new target is to install 65 gigawatts of electrolyzers, which will lead to the production in Europe of 10 million tons of hydrogen, coupled with the imports of 10 million tons of hydrogen from third countries, from partner countries. By 2050, then, we aim to scale up the production of hydrogen, streamline and fast-track hydrogen use in all sectors that are hard to decarbonize, and have a EU-wide infrastructure network, and opening a global, reaching a global hydrogen market, which is as fluid and moveless as possible. Now, I mentioned already the REPowerEU plan, and that's what we have in there for renewable hydrogen. We have an hydrogen accelerator with 10 million tons of domestic production and 10 million tons of imports. we are speeding up hopefully our regulatory framework. We accelerate hydrogen projects with the adoption of IPCI. It's an acronym for Important Projects of Common European Interest. Basically, state support that is given to hydrogen projects, and we adopted recently 2 important projects of common European interest for a total amount, I think, of 10.6 billion euros, which will trigger additional private investment for an amount even higher than this. I think we are in the range in total of around 26 billion euros, if I'm not mistaken. We want to further develop infrastructure, and with this, to do this, we will support our own instrument, our own funding for infrastructure. We will do a progress report on hydrogen uptake by 2025 to see whether we are in line with our strategy, whether any adjustment will be needed. And to de-risk hydrogen investment, we will also create an instrument that we call Global Hydrogen Facility or Hydrogen Bank. We are working on the concept, but basically the idea is to give support to either producers or off-taker of hydrogen to de-risk hydrogen and to fill the gap between the cost of renewable hydrogen and fossil-based hydrogen. And we do this also thanks to hydrogen partnerships that we're building with many countries. There is one that will be soon concluded with Namibia. We're working with Egypt on another partnerships and other partners around the world. And this partnership will help us also identify who will be the potential suppliers. And finally, we aim to increase our own manufacturing of electrolyzers from capacity today that I think is 1 gigawatt. Hydrogen Europe can correct me if I'm wrong. We want to go up to 17.5 gigawatts. This is the commitment of the industry that the industry has taken with our commissioner for industry to be achieved by 2025, so very soon. Now, our priority for hydrogen, I mentioned before, in the short term will be to decarbonize the sectors where we already use hydrogen. So mostly ammonia production in the petrochemical sector and refining. This is what we have in terms of modeling. If we want to achieve the 20 million tons cumulative of consumption of hydrogen by 2030, these are the sectors where we see a major role. And as you can see in the column on the left, this is our repowering scenario. So the 20 million tons scenario, we still see an important role for ammonia production, an important role for refining, even though in the long term it will decrease as long as we phase out oil. But we see also an important use of hydrogen in transport, for the production of synthetic fuels, and in industrial heat. These are the sectors where we think there is the highest potential. These are the sectors that we believe are the ones that are difficult to decarbonize by other means, where there is the higher greenhouse gas emission reduction potential, and where hydrogen use should be prioritized. And this is why in our regulatory framework we introduce some targets for hydrogen consumption in industry. We propose the 75% of all hydrogen consumed in the EU in 2030 be renewable hydrogen, and 5% of the total energy content of fuels used in transport be from renewable hydrogen or its derivatives, so also ammonia or synthetic fuels. This is what we propose as European Commission, but is of course subject to negotiations at the moment between the Parliament and the Council, which are the co-legislators in the European Union. This gives you just an idea. These are all the measures that we adopted in the so-called Fit for 55 package. So Fit for 55 is the legislative package that we adopted in July 2021. So it's a package of proposals, still under discussion, but hopefully many of them will be finalized soon. They should allow us to achieve 55% of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Huge ambition, difficult task, very complex, as you can see by the amount of measures. The ones with the red circle are the ones that include some elements on hydrogen. So as you can see, hydrogen is part of most of our proposals. We have proposals in the Renewable Energy Directive. I mentioned before the target for renewable hydrogen. We have in the Energy Taxation Directive with certain benefits and lower taxation for renewable and low-carbon hydrogen. We have in the field of infrastructure, we have in the field of fuels infrastructure, and many other legislative proposals. So hydrogen is part of most of our proposals, plus, of course, the so-called gas and hydrogen decarbonization package, which is the one that will create the future hydrogen market. So the one really setting the ground for the hydrogen market as we foresee in the coming years. An important part for hydrogen development is, of course, financing. I mentioned already the important projects of common European interest. You can see them mentioned also in the slide. We provided 9.3 billion euros to hydrogen projects in the context of the so-called Next Generation EU, which is the recovery fund that the EU has put in place after the COVID pandemic. We have support for hydrogen, for renewable hydrogen, also foreseen the Cohesion Fund, the European Regional Development Fund, basically all the funds that the European Union puts in place at the disposal of its member states for development and cohesion and economic prosperity. We have eligibility of renewable and low-carbon hydrogen production, transmission, and storage in our stated guidelines. Basically, we want to simplify state aid subsidies for hydrogen. And then we have a new CO2 threshold for renewable and low-carbon hydrogen production infrastructure, which is enshrined in our EU taxonomy. The taxonomy is basically the piece of legislation that indicates where investments should go, which investments are to be considered as green investments. The other aspects very important is to strengthening supply and demand for hydrogen. Very often there is a lot of concentration, a lot of focus on supply, very good, but there should be an equal focus and an equal ambition on demand. So it's very important to match demand and supply. That's why in our support and in our legislation we focus a lot also on the demand. And here you can find some of our initiatives. I mentioned some of them. I want to mention also the Energy Taxation Directive, which provides for lower tax levels for renewable and low-carbon hydrogen, and also the inclusion of hydrogen production facilities in the emission trading scheme, which is very important because it means more green allowances for renewable hydrogen production, less allowances for fossil-based hydrogen, and so an incentive to transition from fossil-based hydrogen to renewable hydrogen, which should be combined also with the carbon border adjustment mechanism that we're working on, which is basically a mechanism that aims to create a bit to foster decarbonization in our partner countries and make sure that the mechanism that we have put in place with the emission trading scheme in the EU is also somehow replicated, or at least an equivalent mechanism is in place also in third countries.
Still 2 minutes, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very important. We're working a lot on certification, on sustainability criteria for hydrogen. Here I will mention only that for us it's very important to make sure that hydrogen and its derivatives are produced in a sustainable way. What does it mean? It means a way that maximizes the greenhouse gas emission reduction, but also allows for a better integration of renewables, and above all, avoids the fossil fuels are then used to basically replace the renewable energy that is in the grid. So we don't want to create the adverse effect, the unintended effect, that you have more fossil fuels used for electricity production destined to the grid, just because you have sustainability criteria that are not strong enough. Few words on our international cooperation. Our priorities are, first of all, support for the decarbonization and transition of partner countries. This is a priority for us, also for the global climate ambition. Second, to set up a framework for a global hydrogen market. And third, of course, also explore the possibility of export of renewable hydrogen in the EU. To do this, we have bilateral and multilateral cooperation. We have, I mentioned, some partnerships with Namibia, Egypt, and Morocco, which are for which work is going on. We have energy dialogue, including with Algeria, but also with Ukraine and Gulf countries. We work a lot on multilateral fora within IRENA, for example, within the Clean Energy Ministerial Emission Innovation. And as I mentioned before, we are working to put in place 2 instruments for the support of hydrogen offtake, including at international level, so support for our international partners to be able to produce renewable hydrogen in a competitive way vis-à-vis fossil-based hydrogen. From this slide, you can see what we foresee will be the 3 main corridors for importing hydrogen. One comes from the north via Norway, which is already an important gas supplier. Another one from the east, and hopefully we see Ukraine as a potential partner whenever the conditions will allow. And the third one, not less important than the others, is from the south. And Algeria is, of course, would of course be part of this potential corridor because of proximity, because of infrastructures already being there, and because of the potential the North African countries have. And in support of what I said before, this is taken from IRENA. You can see from this graph, from this image, you can see the potential flow of hydrogen and derivatives. So the green one is hydrogen and the blue one is ammonia. The potential flow at regional level, and IRENA already foresees an important integration across the Mediterranean between Europe and North African partners. And this is also, it's not only IRENA making this forecast, recent study from the IEA as well. So we expect a lot of regionalization in the hydrogen market, and North Africa is a natural partner for us, and Algeria, of course, is one of the main actors there. That's all for my presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Polito. The second presentation is
sera présenté.
The European Industry Perspective with
perspectives d'industrie européenne avec Monsieur
Hachimakakis. Mr. Markakis has been working at Hydrogen Europe since 2016. He currently holds the position of CEO of the association. He previously covered the role of the planning department of the Foreign Office of Germany at Infineon Technology and was member of the European Parliament. Inter alia in the Industry, Technology, Research and Energy Committee, where he could contribute to lay the cornerstone of the first and second joint undertaking on hydrogen and fuel cells. He was awarded Hydrogen Person of the Year at the World Hydrogen Award in 2022 as a major player promoting hydrogen in Europe and worldwide, accelerating collaboration and industry development. Yoko was born in Duisburg, Germany. He holds German and Greek nationality and a degree in political science from the University of Bonn.
Merci beaucoup et merci pour
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for have given me the possibility and the opportunity to present the point of view of the hydrogen industry in Europe. And as Mr. Polito, I would prefer to make this presentation in English. Thank you.
Point out 4 points in my presentation. First is that it's not an opportunity for you. We need you. It's an urgent need, and I go way beyond what Commissioner Simpson yesterday said. We need Algerian hydrogen very soon. I will explain why. Second is we heard efficiency comes first. Yes, but we need to discuss efficiency. I would like to show that hydrogen is not just another fashion, another fancy idea. It's a long-term switch to something new, very efficient, and I will explain why. The third is the role of Algeria, concretely, in a concrete example. And the fourth is to open also pathways to other ways of hydrogen, because everybody talks about electrolysis. Fine, sexy, good, interesting. but there are also other technologies, how you can use methane or even plastic waste to produce hydrogen and something additional. And I would like to show this in my presentation. Now, first is the Russian invasion into Ukraine. This puts pressure on Europeans. You have heard, I was born and grew up in Germany. The Germans will, as of January, freeze. Not enough gas. It will be cold. And this is not a joke, this is happening. What the Europeans do is now, they want to replace the Russian oil and especially gas. I know that in Algeria there have been doubts. Are you good partners, you Europeans? You went to your Russian friends. Yes. But now it's the time to finish this, and it will be finished forever. But in order to replace that, and you see the two countries that are mostly affected by volume are Germany and Italy, but everybody is affected, we need to have a clear partnership for the long run. If we would replace all Russian gas, we would need 40 million tons of hydrogen. Mr. Polito explained that the European strategy is 20 million tons as of 2030. So you see, it's quite a big chunk that we want to replace here. Here you see the imports that we foresee. You see here the main driver of the hydrogen strategy. It's the first executive vice president of the European Commission. He's called Frans Timmermans. He's the Dutch commissioner. And the Netherlands is a leading country with regards to hydrogen implementation already. Unfortunately, the two colors are wrong. So the blue is the low-carbon hydrogen and the green is the renewable. And you see here, Algeria is already a big component of the importation strategy. This chart is taken from Deloitte's study, which is called Hydrogen for Europe. It will be published in a few days. And you can clearly see we will work hard on the replacement of this Russian dependency by a new resilience. Not one country, many countries. And here's the role of Algeria, clearly. Now let me turn to molecules and electrons, because everybody talks about electricity. We have heard the wonderful presentation by Total Energy here. Yes, the globe is turning to more electricity. However, this is the situation today in Europe. So 80% of our energy is based on molecules, right-hand side. Only 20% and even less is based on electricity. What you see there is the greening potential. We have started to green electricity, electrons quite considerably, but also we have started to green molecules. Our job cannot be, and I'm clear here, to flip this. There are many people who think we can have an all-electric scenario. This is not possible. And this is wrong. It's wrong to talk about this. It's easier and more efficient to green the molecule part. And this is the job that we are doing, and we need Algeria as a strong partner here, because Algeria has a role to play. Now, this is when it comes to efficiency. Another part of efficiency is that, of course, you can see that there is more sun, more wind in different parts of the world. And you can see the European figures on the left-hand side. They are already different. So Spain will be one of the giants of the hydrogen strategy in Europe, because Spain has a lot of sun, and Spain has a lot of space. Spain has also a good pipeline infrastructure, also a connection to Algeria. Spain has one problem. It's one neighbor in the north, because there's no pipeline connection until Europe. We are working on that. I don't make it an issue here today. We are working on that. It's mid-cat. We need that. And France is risking to isolate and insulate themselves by not being part of it. But on the right-hand side, you see the potential in other parts of the world. And here you see Morocco. Algeria is similar figures to this one here. It's high. It's very, very high, and Algeria will play a considerable role. Now, efficiency. Everybody says battery cars are more efficient. Yes, they are. But if you take all elements of efficiency, if you produce, you have more potential in North Africa to produce from sun electricity. If you take this, the electricity generated, it's much more than you can do it in Brussels or in Stockholm. And you deduct everything, losses. You even, with Algerian molecules, you even have a higher efficiency in the end than taking electrons from Copenhagen, from Brussels, directly into the car. So if we talk efficiency, please, let's talk it coherently, systemically, and also cost-wise. It's much cheaper to do the molecule way. And I'm driving a fuel cell car every day, and I know that it works. It's a mature technology, and we will see in a few years a lot of hydrogen cars also in Algeria, like all over Europe. We are working hard on the legislation for that. Algeria. What we did, what my association did, and we have 420 members. Total, by the way, is one of them, so we have really the vast gamut of all different kind of players. We have one big company called BASF. It's the biggest chemical plant in the world with the highest consumption of hydrogen in the world. It's 2% of all hydrogen worldwide. They suffer very much from the shortages that they now have because of Russian stop. We stopped it. They caused Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2. They caused it. They know it. So it's not a secret. And now they suffer. They need a lot of hydrogen. They used big parts of their natural gas to produce hydrogen, 1/4. And what we did is, and Andrea Zaccardi is my colleague who is in our team responsible for that, he is here in the room. We tried to figure out how could BASF be one big off-taker for Algerian hydrogen or green ammonia. So this is the ammonia path. You see, ammonia is a commodity that exists, so there are a lot of possibilities to transport it, not enough for bigger volumes, but we are developing it. You have heard I'm half Greek, so Greece has 5,000 ships around the globe, and they are catching up in retrofitting most of their ships from oil or from diesel, mazout, to ammonia, because ammonia will become one of the commodities or one of the derivatives from hydrogen that will help us to bring that up. But there are other possibilities as well. You might have heard LOHC, the liquid organic hydrogen carrier. It's an oil that can, like a magnet, take hydrogen and transport it. You see the blue line there. The blue line would be a possibility to bring by pipeline directly hydrogen. There's another existing old oil pipeline from Genova up to Germany, nearly to Germany, that LOHC could carry immediately. Why am I saying that? I want to say that it's not far away in the future. I saw the figures yesterday, Prime Minister, I saw this morning. 15 gigawatt is good, not enough, not enough. We need more. We will need more, because you need to deduct also the losses that you have in the transformation. That is why we build on faster developments, and we will, in transition, use ammonia or also LOHC as a carrier to transport the hydrogen. In the long run, it's pipelines. You have pipelines already connecting you with Italy and with Spain.
Please conclude.
I will conclude. Here you see the possible pathways also, so ammonia and others. Let me talk about pyrolysis. Pyrolysis is the process where you take methane, that's what you have here, and you split it with renewable energy, green part, into hydrogen and carbon solid. Carbon solid. It's not CO2. And this is 5 times cheaper because it needs 5 times less energy than electrolysis. So it would accelerate also the hydrogen strategy of Algeria, because you have renewable energy, you have methane, and you would have this here. Lots of products that you can produce from carbon solid. You will need it in building, in the building sector. You can also have something to write, but especially in transporting electricity, batteries, also carbon fiber instead of cable, graphene, all this will be needed raw materials, artificial raw materials, that we can take out of this process. And you can do the same with plastic waste, and it's important. And don't forget one thing, you see it up there in the right-hand column. This is like a fertilizer. So imagine very, very small units of high, it's carbon with high porosity. It can store water to a very high extent, and you need that in order to make dry soil more fertile. So this is a pathway. It's cheaper than electrolysis, it's faster, and it gives you more products that you need here and that you can export. Merci beaucoup pour l'attention.
The next one is the
Prochain conférencier sera
Professor Gozzi.
le professeur Antonio Gozzi.
Professor Gozzi was born in
Qui est né
Chiavari
à Chiavari
and graduated in economic from the
et
University
diplômé
of
d'économie de
Genoa, where
l'université
he
de
has long
Genoa,
been a professor of maritime economy.
dans laquelle
His
il a été
academic
professeur
activity
pendant
covered
longtemps
manufacturing, power and
d'économie
maritime
maritime,
shipping related subjects.
et il est spécialisé
Sorry, I
dans
will
les
shorten
sujets
your geography.
liés à la mer.
He is the chairman of
Il est le président de Duferco,
I think, an international group that
un groupe
under his
international
leadership
qui, sous sa
diversified
direction, a
its steel trading
diversifié
core business, entering electricity and natural gas trading, steel production, shipping,
son
power
cœur de
generation
métier
and
principal,
distribution.
la métallurgie.
He is the president
Il est le président
of the Federation
de la
of Italian
Fédération
Steel Companies
des
for the 2
compagnies
years
italiennes
2022-2024
d'acier
to
pour
lead
les
the
années
Italian steel industry
2022-2024.
federation to the
Il
challenge of decarbonization and
dirige
securing
l'industrie
electricity and
métallurgique
at competitive
italienne.
prices. Professor Gozzi
Le
already
professeur
served as
Gozzi
president
a
from
été président
2012 to
de 2012 à
2018.
2018.
Sorry. As a part of his commitment
Dans
to
le cadre
enhance
de son
the
engagement pour améliorer
competitiveness
la
of Italian industrial
compétitivité
sector,
du
Professor
secteur
Gozzi is
industriel
also
italien,
the
le
chairman
professeur
of
Gozzi est également
Interconnected
président
Consortium
du
of
consortium
company at
interconnecté
all
des
Italian energy
compagnies
intensive industry, which invest €1 billion in essential electricity connection with countries bordering Italy.
$1 milliard d'euros
I will
dans
end
les pays
this.
voisins de l'Italie.
Professor,
Professeur
Merci.
Gozzi, vous avez la
Merci,
parole.
Madame, Monsieur. Bonjour.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a honor for me to participate to this important forum and represent the position of the industrials of Italy. I'm president of Federation of Italian Steel Companies, and I've organized during many years for the other industrial sectors that we call Attuaveti. It is a bit bad for me to say that these are the industrial sectors which has great difficulties to move on to the decarbonization process. I've prepared the presentation and then I decided to abandon it because the occasion is very important. And at the end of this forum, I wanted to present the point of view of an energivore person who is convinced of the decarbonization process and that he supported that the process of decarbonization could come from a pragmatic vision, rational one, and balanced one. So the occasion of this forum is the position of Algeria. Let me highlight this aspect. This forum is a forum for the relation between Algeria and European Union. I will react This is why I let aside the presentation. What I keep in mind of the Algerian position is what shows for the process of decarbonization a rational position, balanced position, the position of the dream of the European industrials. Why? Because we are convinced that gas, as Madam Simpson said yesterday, but the European positions are different. And the discussion of the taxonomy of technology in Europe has shown this. We are convinced that the gas in the Mediterranean basin is in fact the energy of transition. And we have to work with a not ideological approach, but pragmatic on the technologies that allows to use the gas in a clean and decarbonized way. The discussion on the carbon capture technology and the European taxonomy was a terrible discussion because we had a lot of people who didn't want to affirm that the gas and the energy of the transition energy, who didn't want to put on taxonomy and then the technologies that could be finance the carbon, because as in European industrials, we support the correct approach pertaining to technologies is the neutrality of the technology, which means as Ethiopian, it's not important that cats are white or black. The most important is that cats catch up the rates. There are technologies that are in our disposal in different sectors, industrial sectors without going. I'm talking about hydrogen in my industrial sector. This technology should be financed and supported by as the technology of, let's come to siderurgy. In Italy, it's a world champion of decarbonization because on 24 million tons of the production of Italy, 18%, 20 million of tons are made for the electric. And this is produced for the carbon with another level of CO2. The production of 1 million tons with the electric oven is more than, it gives 20% more. So from the point of view, we are not happy with this because in 2030 we have the ambition to be neutral carbon with negative carbon, and we have to work on two sides, two parts. The scope 1, that the gas that we are using on the oven of heat with and we have to work in the scope 2 because the carbon and electricity that we are buying, we had the same footprint of the carbon in Italy net. The renewable energy participate for 40% in the total of the production, and we have a lot to work on. And here we come to the hydrogen. Concerning the scope 1, reducing the emission of CO2 for the heat oven that uses the natural gas, the hydrogen could be one of the solutions. And today it's not competitive yet. It is more competitive for the biogas, blended for natural gas, but we should work as the representative of hydrogen gas. The conviction is more and more, in particular with the relation with Algeria, which has the opportunity to reduce the cost of the production of hydrogen. It is possible to imagine a future in which we will have a blended and a mix between natural gas and hydrogen in our oven. Hydrogen today, and Europe will finance an intervention in Toronto in which we imagine constructing an installation of the direct reduction iron, which will have the steel charge with the important participation of hydrogen, use of hydrogen. So I go back to the relation between Algeria and Italy and Europe. We are convinced that the cooperation, the model of the cooperation that Algerians presented yesterday, in which, if I've understood, they say that we are ready to bring the support to Europe with more gas supply to substitute the Russian gas, in condition that the Europeans will help us in the investment of the renewable energy and hydrogen. This is the pact. For me, this model is not a new model. This model of Rico Mattei, he has launched this model with you here, with the Free State of Algeria and cooperation. The dialogue should be used and be continued. I have been astonished because the Italian called Transmed, because I was astonished yesterday that in the presentation of the Transmed, the Algerian call this Enrico Mattei. This is the model to be followed. As an Italian industrial, we are ready to register in this framework and participate with you to the construction of the decarbonization model, which would be balanced with cooperation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This presentation was very interesting. The last presentation would be given by Mr. Bilal Kanash, who works in the Renewable Energies Director. He had a doctorate from the Polytechnical School. He pursued his research works before integrating Sonatrach. He has more than 15 years of experience. He is a director of the renewable energies in charge of the implementation of the strategy of transition of the renewable energies in Sonatrach. He will present the Algerian perspective of the Algerian industry in hydrogen.
Thank you. Good morning, all. I'm quite pleased to be amongst you to tackle the perspective of the Algerian part after having listened to the perspectives and the opinions of the European part as far as hydrogen is concerned. This was underscored, and I'm going to go within the same trend. Algeria is called upon to play a major role in the development and in the energy transition as a reliable partner of Europe, as it has always been. Hydrogen is presented as a vector that is a pillar of the energy transition because it allows to decarbonate in the industrial sector, transport, energy, residential, or all used as molecules. It meets the stakes of this energy transition that the whole world shares. We cannot afford turn towards the fossil energies only, so we need to carry on to ensure the needs of energy in the world, and mainly in the Euro-Mediterranean region. We need to meet these energy security stakes while preserving the climate and enabling new industrial branches to be developed and therefore enable a diversification of the economy. Algeria and Sonatrach through it is a significant player as an energy supplier of Europe. 195 million taps that were produced in 2021. We do have 4 world scale ammoniac and urea with 4,000 tons plants. We are a major player producing fertilizer. We have also a methanol plant. This is a job we handle very well, actually. We have 22 systems of gas transportation through canalization or tubing with 11,000 kilometers network and electric network that covers largest part of the national territory with 350,000 electric posts. And an academy that is producing skilled manpower. Algeria has all the sets actually to develop hydrogen. Before all, as I repeated it, it has such a long experience that is 60 years in the energy sector. We cannot just invent this. These are pipelines that supply directly Europe and that represent so many assets to enable the exportation of hydrogen towards Europe. The development potential of hydrogen lays on the energy solar field and will be exploited through the program of renewable energies, 15 gigawatts at the horizon 2035, and also the program of Sonatrach that is aiming at covering about 80% of our needs in electricity from solar energy. The legislation case is present and it is promoting the renewable energies. The first call for tender of 15 gigawatts is being launched, and we have all the ingredients like solar, like wind, and water. Water is not a major constraint to produce electricity. Of green hydrogen, as we have a potential of more than 1 billion cubic meters per year that is going to be increased at the horizon 2035. Some water that comes from epuration stations that is being available, and more than 1 million of cubic meters of desalination water that are located along the coastline that will enable to meet the needs of the development of hydrogen. Obviously, the approach should be realistic and pragmatic. For the time being, hydrogen is not competitive. Green hydrogen mainly is a clean and sustainable fuel. I'm talking a lot about fuel hydrogen because it represents the future, and you will all agree. Blue hydrogen or hydrogen from plasmalism or else will have a significant role to play. This is not a sustainable model on the long term. The perspectives of development of hydrogen are tightly linked to the cost of green hydrogen. We can see that the cost of hydrogen depends mainly on 2 factors. The cost of the electrolyzer that is around $2,000 the kilowatt, which will be decreased with the technological advances and with the output, the mass output. And the cost of renewable energy. With the effect of these 2 combined main factors, hydrogen, green hydrogen, will be competitive for sure with fossil hydrogen at the horizon 2030, and we do hope that this will occur before. This is a cost that can be around $2 the kilogram, corresponding to $15 the million BTU. in a special situation, green hydrogen is even produced $4 the kilogram is already competitive. This is a situation that can occur more quickly than we can think. The development perspectives of hydrogen as Sonatrach perceives it goes obviously through a pilot project that will enable to build a learning curve from demonstration projects. These demonstration projects that we are maturing is aiming at developing technological mastery that is that will cover all the value chain to be ready timely and to be able to meet the needs of the industrial projects. The value chain is the production of hydrogen using different technologies like heterolyzers, different technologies of hydrogen. And we have perspectives through plasmalism, with high pressure storing, with composite materials, season storing in saline cavities or in other reservoirs, transport of hydrogen under its different forms, like ammoniac or blending in gas pipelines. There are phenomena of fragilization that need to be mastered and controlled to be able to launch on this space. And then in the end, the application of hydrogen in the different industrial sectors, be it petrochemistry, heavy industries, cementing, etc. Can you conclude, please, says the chair. On the base of this learning curve, a development model was necessary to be implemented to make the development branch of hydrogen emerge. There is a development phase that will be subordinated to the infrastructure strengthening, be they electric or gas transportation, with the vision of exporting hydrogen as green hydrogen and urea processing, which will be available. We are a country that is leading in this field, and the perspective of the export of hydrogen, including blending in natural gas. Then there will be the deployment phase with the market development. The conditions to succeed for the development of hydrogen, well, shortly, lays on the development of the market. And one way, among others, to make secure and profitable this are the purchase that will enable to set up a development framework that will be interesting for the hydrogen. Then the Algerian framework is very attractive. This was recalled by the Prime Minister yesterday in the opening session. There should be an ecosystem that has to be solid with the different players, like the certification, homologation, certificate, insurance, national expertise to be developed, including PC, HAC, and so forth, and the necessity to develop industrial branches that will support the development of hydrogen. Let me near a conclusion by saying that we do have all assets to succeed in this energy transition altogether. This is not only a vision. This is an absolute necessity to start working together to suit the action to the word. the word to the action rather and implement this vision. Thank you all. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Kalash. Mr. Yurko Todd has to leave now, so Mr. Yurko can answer only one question. Short questions, please. Yes, for our colleague of Europe Hydrogen.
That has a green background. If you do this, you get methane, synthetic methane, that you can use as LNG. So you can use the same infrastructure, nothing changes, but you need a little bit more of energy to bring that together. We are very confident that it's a short-term solution. And that's another pathway also for Algeria to become very active. The head of this company is called Marco Alvera. He was the CEO of SNAM, so a good partner also of Sonatrach and of Algeria. It's a starting activity we only can support. Maybe one comment to my colleague. I was fascinated to see how advanced your ideas on hydrogen are. I was a little bit hesitant to like one of the last charts on the timeline. Because if we do tests until 2030, too late. Too late. Implementation is now. That's why I showed you the thing. It's now. So, also business is now. You will get more money now for profit for the hydrogen that you produce. So don't think it comes after 2040. No, 2040, the bus is gone. Like my bus will go now. The bus will be gone and Algeria will possibly be out. The business is created now. That's why I'm here. I want to invite you because I know the potential of this country is enormous. That's what you presented. Just change a little bit the timeline, so then I'm very happy. Merci beaucoup. Shukran. À la prochaine.
Merci, Monsieur Yoro.
I would just like to answer just very quickly. This is just to remind that the LNG history started in Algeria. The pioneering spirit, we have it in our DNA. So we are ready to start right now if the demand is here. So just be confident, we are here, you can trust on us. We just remind, the first LNG was here. So provided there is a real regasification unit across. So if all the conditions are met, we are already ready. We have all the assets to succeed in this demand, in this energy transition.
Merci, Monsieur Kadzimarkaki. J'espère ne pas avoir écorché votre nom et nous vous souhaitons de faire un bon vol. Nous allons prendre une autre question. Oui. Un micro, s'il vous plaît, ici. Il arrive.
Bonjour à toutes et tous, je me présente, Olivier Vanard, PDG du groupe Edergen. On est une société belge spécialisée en ingénierie. Alors je vais essayer de rebondir sur ce qu'on vient de dire. Nous, ça fait pas mal d'années qu'on se bat en Algérie la transition énergétique et particulièrement avec la clim gaz. Alors on a pas mal de références, mais on a toujours pas mal d'obstacles, malgré qu'on fait beaucoup d'économies en gaz. Et en plus, le client final terribles économies financières. Alors, moi, je voulais rebondir sur l'hydrogène parce que nous, on est prêts. Par exemple, la clim gaz, aujourd'hui, on l'a fait déjà tourner, on a des étudiants qui font des mémoires sur le gaz et sur l'hydrogène. On est par exemple près déjà à 20% d'hydrogène. Nous, on est prêt à aller de plus en plus vite. Mais la question, on a vu tout à l'heure avec la PRU, c'est que tout ce qui est résidentiel, tertiaire, on voit que ça continue à monter, à monter. Nous, on est prêt à vous aider, mais l'hydrogène, quand est-ce qu'on pourra avoir de l'hydrogène disponible pour le résidentiel, le tertiaire, et mettre une clim hydrogène derrière? Quand? Nous, on est prêts.
Merci. Quelqu'un veut répondre?
Une autre question, peut-être?
Merci. Je m'appelle Frank Renken. Je travaille pour la coopération technique allemande ici à Alger. Et je suis ravi de toutes ces contributions du panel qui sont très intéressantes. Donc, pour renouer avec cette question des débouchés, comment commencer? Donc, je pense que c'est une bonne approche de dire, voilà, il faut être vite. Mais il y a des problèmes évidents. Donc, il y aura des débouchés dans le futur, un marché gigantesque, je suis sûr, et des possibilités pour l'Algérie, mais les débouchés n'est pas pour l'instant. Donc, je tiens à vous attirer votre attention pour résoudre cette problématique. Le gouvernement allemand a instauré un mécanisme qui s'appelle H2 Global. Donc, il s'agit d'un programme qui dure pour 10 ans, qui est basé sur un principe de double auction, enchère. C'est-à-dire, on va acheter les produits sur la calculation des prix des producteurs, des prix de verre, et on va vendre ça pour le prix de gris en Europe ou en Allemagne. Donc il y a une différence et ça va être couvert par des fonds. Donc le premier appel sera lancé ce mois. Donc ça comprend 9 millions d'euros. Ce n'est pas trop pour la durée de 10 ans, mais c'est un départ. Le deuxième appel est déjà prévu pour 2024 et comprendra 3,6 milliards probablement. Donc ce serait très intéressant que si Sonatrach s'engagerait dans une coopération avec des entreprises allemandes et européennes pour cela. Donc, ce qui serait intéressant, c'est une question à M. Polito de l'Union européenne. Est-ce que ce ne sera pas possible d'installer des programmes pour les Contract for Differences comme cela au niveau européen, parce que je suis sûr qu'il y aurait beaucoup plus de possibilités d'inciter un peu la coopération entre l'Algérie et les pays européens par le biais d'un tel programme européen.
Merci. Je vous laisse répondre, messieurs les panélistes.
Donc, la question quand? C'est une question importante, évidemment. Tout le monde est convaincu que l'hydrogène, tout le monde doit y aller, mais quand? J'adopterai une attitude pragmatique qui a été donc développée par mon ami M. Gaudi et M. Renken. C'est tout à fait une question de rentabilité économique, de compétitivité par rapport aux sources existantes d'énergie. Et il est certain et évident que ces schémas de contrats d'achat de long terme qui sont en train d'être mis en place par l'Allemagne, et ces contrats de différence qui permettent l'émergence de premiers projets industriels qui vont permettre de tester chacun des maillons de la chaîne de valeur, de la logistique, donc la production, de la logistique et ensuite de la distribution, seront déterminants pour la suite du développement de l'hydrogène. Donc, allons-y de manière pragmatique, étape par étape. Les projets pilotes ou semi-industriels avec possibilité de commercialisation sont cruciaux, sont importants. On y regarde de très près et on serait donc Nous sommes ouverts à toute proposition de collaboration, de partenariat et on doit donc concrétiser ces choses-là sur le terrain. Donc pour des projets pilotes, pour des projets industriels d'exportation vers l'Allemagne, pour peu que les conditions soient réunies, les conditions de commercialité soient réunies.
Merci.
Oui, pour la deuxième question.
For the second question.
Oui, comme j'ai mentionné dans ma présentation, on est en train d'étudier un mécanisme. C'est une appelée European Global Hydrogen Facility et la banque pour l'hydrogène qui était présentée par notre présidente dans le State of the Union. Ça fait quelques semaines. Donc, on est en train d'étudier quelque chose comme ça. On doit encore décider, on doit réfléchir sur la forme que ça va prendre. Ça pourrait être aussi des contrats for difference, mais on est en train encore d'étudier ça. Donc, mais l'idée, c'est de réduire les risques pour les investisseurs et en même temps, comme j'ai dit, limiter les gaps, limiter les différences entre les prix de l'hydrogène fossile et les prix de l'hydrogène vert. Donc ça, oui, c'est déjà part de notre programme, on est en train de travailler sur ça.
Merci, Monsieur Hached. La parole est à vous. Des questions courtes, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, merci. Je vais peut-être un peu être à contresens de tout ce qui vient d'être dit sur l'hydrogène. On est tous d'accord que le vecteur hydrogène a un avenir certain. Personne ne sait quel est l'horizon réel de ce développement massif d'hydrogène. Personne n'a encore construit un business model crédible. L'Europe, à mon sens, nous a montré depuis plusieurs décennies qu'elle était instable dans sa politique énergétique. Aucun pays n'a la même politique que l'autre. Aucun. Je dis bien aucun. Et on veut nous présenter un modèle de partenariat avec des pays qui n'ont même pas de coordination dans leur politique énergétique. Comment voulez-vous que l'Union européenne soit crédible si elle ne nous présente pas un modèle crédible, stable dans le temps, comme nous l'avons construit pour les chaînes de gaz naturel? Nous l'avons construit dans les années 60. Il a duré 50 ou 60 ans. Avec des retournements de situation avec l'Union européenne. Je suis allé à l'Union européenne négocier 3 ans une clause de destination avec ce monsieur qui est à côté de moi. Pour nous dire qu'on n'avait pas le droit d'empêcher la diversification des cargaisons de GNL. Ensuite, de nous dire qu'un contrat de long terme, c'est 1 année au maximum. Et donc, qui a détruit le modèle construit à partir des années, je dirais, la directive gaz de 98 et les suivantes, pour nous amener à un système complètement instable et vous en payez les conséquences aujourd'hui. Aujourd'hui, vous courez après le gaz naturel. En Algérie, qui a malheureusement pour l'instant des difficultés à produire plus, qui a des réserves de gaz immenses à développer. Alors, moi je ne comprends pas comment vous ne proposez pas directement un modèle crédible et comment vous ne proposez pas comment développer un marché de l'hydrogène dès maintenant. Or, il n'existe pas ce marché. Sur quelle base on va construire ce modèle?
Merci, monsieur Hached. C'est votre question?
Donc, ok, je vais m'arrêter là parce qu'on a du temps. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Alors, Maciej Pawłowski, Agence polonaise de commerce et d'investissement. Monsieur Kallas, je voudrais vous remercier pour votre brillante présentation. Ma tête est en train d'exploser à cause de nouvelles informations. Et on commence, je voudrais vous inviter pour écrire l'article dans la presse économique polonaise sur cette information parce que je voudrais augmenter la coopération algéro-polonaise dans le secteur énergétique. La seconde chose, je voudrais vous poser la question s'il y aurait possible d'exporter hydrogène et aussi LNG d'Algérie à Pologne, à Europe orientale en général.
Merci.
Alors, Concernant l'exportation de LNG, c'est son métier traditionnel. Je ne suis pas habilité à vous répondre. Vous avez les différentes structures de Sonatrach. Concernant l'hydrogène, je l'avais souligné, nous disposons donc à travers des partenariats d'unités d'ammoniac et d'urée qui pourraient être graduellement transformées en unités d'urée et d'ammoniac vert. Donc il ne s'agit là que d'une question de clients et le modèle qui donne le plus de confiance aux investisseurs, c'est celui du contrat d'achat de long terme qui puisse garantir la rentabilité de l'investissement. C'est un modèle qui a fait ses preuves dans beaucoup de domaines, dans le solaire, dans le dessalement d'eau de mer et d'autres secteurs. Donc c'est le contrat de long terme, donc à minima pour l'hydrogène, je dirais, de 10 à 15 ans. Et donc, évidemment, nous serions ravis de pouvoir expérimenter ce type de modèle d'affaires en mettant donc, à profit nos installations existantes. Nous restons donc ouverts à toute discussion. Merci.
Laissez-moi dire une chose sur l'intervention de M. Hached. Je n'ai aucun titre pour répondre évidemment à votre question, mais dans la mesure dans laquelle j'ai dit que le modèle que l'Algérie a présenté hier, d'un mix équilibré entre l'utilisation du gaz en manière propre et moderne avec les technologies de la carbon capture et les technologies de l'énergie renouvelable, en quelle manière répondre pour la partie industrielle à votre question. C'est vrai ce que vous dites, il n'y a aucune solidarité européenne à ce moment-là sur les politiques énergétiques, il n'y a pas aucun modèle. Les pays, chaque pays cherche une sortie de cette crise, mais la réflexion qu'on doit faire, et on peut la faire ensemble, c'est sur un modèle équilibré. Et je répète, un modèle pour lequel le gaz naturel est incontournable pour l'activité industrielle européenne et doit être utilisé selon les technologies qui le permettent de faire. Un seul mot. Nous, on est en train de faire tous les investissements possibles comme électro-intensifs pour couvrir un parti de notre besoin électrique avec énergie renouvelable. Mais si fait le maximum de cet effort, je couvre 2000 heures par an. Je travaille 8000 heures dans mon aciérie. Et alors, j'ai besoin de baseload. J'ai besoin de 6000 heures de baseload. Quelle est la possibilité de produire du baseload décarbonisé? Seulement avec l'électricité produite pour les turbogaz et les cycles combinés décarbonisés. Il n'y a aucune route différente. Merci.
Merci. Une autre question avant de clôturer le débat?
Another question before closing the debate.
Merci beaucoup pour cette présentation très intéressante. Ma question est technique. Je suis quelque peu sceptique. Il semble. Est-ce que vous pouvez vous présenter? Je m'appelle Abjid Ada, ingénieur. Je travaille avec une société allemande. On met beaucoup de l'accent sur la production d'hydrogène. Mais le transport est encore un problème. Ce n'est pas aussi bon que pour le gaz. Transporter l'hydrogène, ça va demander de l'énergie. De même que l'hydrogène a moins d'intensité énergétique que le méthane ou le gaz. Donc nous n'avons pas encore la solution complète pour l'hydrogène. Nous parlons beaucoup de production, de consommation, d'infrastructure, mais le principal problème, c'est le transport. Et ce n'est pas encore réglé.
Des réponses?
Non,
Je dirais tout d'abord quelques mots sur l'intervention précédente. Je ne vais pas répondre au sujet des politiques différentes car cela est au-delà de mon rôle. Je ne peux répondre que pour l'hydrogène. Et pour l'hydrogène, nous avons une ligne claire, nous avons un marché que nous avons mis en place, nous avons des règles du marché, nous avons l'expérience du marché gazier, nous essayons d'apprendre de nos erreurs. Mais ce que je peux dire, c'est que certainement nous aurons besoin de l'hydrogène pour la décarbonation. C'est absolument nécessaire. Et ceci fait le lien avec la dernière intervention également. Nous savons qu'il y a des difficultés concernant l'hydrogène. Le coût, le transport, et c'est pourquoi nous voulons prioriser son utilisation dans les secteurs dans lesquels nous avons besoin d'hydrogène, dans lesquels l'hydrogène renouvelable est le seul moyen menant à une décarbonation totale et complète. Nous entendons souvent des préoccupations concernant l'hydrogène, des propositions alternatives, mais nous devons garder à l'esprit que nous devons atteindre le net zéro d'ici 2050. Notre vice-président exécutif Timmermans dit toujours que lorsque les gens commencent à avoir des doutes et à parler des difficultés, je leur demande, donnez-moi une autre solution qui mène à la décarbonation totale. Nous devons atteindre le zéro net, c'est obligatoire, c'est un impératif. Et nous ressentons tous les effets des changements climatiques et ce qui concerne le transport. L'Algérie est en position très favorable car nous avons déjà des pipelines qui montrent que le transport est assez facile et pas coûteux. La technologie progresse. Notre priorité pour le moment va vers la décarbonation, le remplacement de l'hydrogène fossile par de l'hydrogène renouvelable. Dans les secteurs où c'est nécessaire, il y a l'ammoniac. Et nous sommes quelque peu avancés. Dans la deuxième phase, nous envisageons d'avoir des pipelines et pour le transport de l'hydrogène sous forme de gaz. Pour résumer mon intervention encore, il n'y a aucun moyen d'y échapper. Si on veut atteindre la décarbonation, nous avons besoin d'hydrogène et du renouvelable. C'est le plus compatible avec nos besoins. Cela ne veut pas dire que les autres formes d'hydrogène sont exclues. Notre organisation peut prendre toutes les formes d'hydrogène. Cela dépendra bien sûr du coût du gaz. Lorsqu'on parle des renouvelables et d'autres formes d'hydrogène, nous devons prendre en considération le goût du gaz aujourd'hui, quel est le coût futur du gaz, car on commence à voir que l'hydrogène renouvelable, notamment pour l'Algérie, sera d'un moindre coût que le gaz. Ce sera donc moins cher avec un pays qui a autant de potentiel que l'Algérie.
Il est clair que pour l'instant, l'hydrogène, ça n'est peut-être pas pour demain, mais il faut s'y préparer. Et si on veut être présent, il faut commencer maintenant. Et commencer maintenant, c'est démontrer, c'est réaliser des projets pilotes, préparer l'écosystème de manière concrète, de manière sur le terrain. Et c'est pour ça que nous ambitionnons de faire, je l'avais détaillé dans ma présentation, une plateforme intégrée qui couvre tous les maillons de la chaîne, qu'on puisse donc expérimenter, qu'on puisse développer de la compétence et de l'expertise. Ça, ce ne sont pas des choses qu'on trouve, qui s'inventent. Nous devons commencer à travailler maintenant, donc à travers des projets pilotes, et nous sommes ouverts à toute proposition de partenariat ou de collaboration, et c'est à partir de ces partenariats que nous allons pouvoir donc avancer. Faisons des choses qui soient à notre portée, des choses réalistes, donc il faut être pragmatique. Commençons par des projets pilotes, et l'Europe aurait beaucoup à apporter dans ces premiers projets pilotes, dans ces plateformes qui pourraient être des espaces d'échange avec l'Europe, donc qui permettraient donc de démontrer la volonté d'aller de l'avant.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur Kalash. Monsieur Godzi, vous vouliez intervenir? Non? D'autres questions ou alors on clôt le débat? Je pense que tout le monde a pris la parole. Je ne vous vois pas. Très bien. Alors là, ce sera la dernière question.
Alors, merci pour le panel d'intervention. En réponse, monsieur le représentant de Sonatrach, du moins pour la partie hydrogène, alors il y a un document qui a été élaboré, j'avais vu circuler, élaboré par JIZ, donc l'année dernière, qui porte en quelque sorte sur une roadmap hydrogène pour l'Algérie. Ça devrait être déjà un bon commencement qu'une task force au moins de Sonatrach jette un œil. C'est très intéressant comme data et comme roadmap.
Question aux représentants de la Commission européenne concernant les dernières nouvelles. Le Parlement européen qui a voté contre votre proposition d'importer de l'hydrogène pleinement vert, du moins les 10 millions, dans la mesure où c'est exclu, et tout type d'hydrogène, quelle que soit sa couleur, est autorisé d'importation. Et d'après vous, la taxonomie, le gaz naturel est une énergie de transition tout comme le nucléaire. Donc, vous, Européens ou communauté européenne, considérez l'Algérie comme fournisseur d'hydrogène, mais pas uniquement de l'hydrogène vert seulement. En tant que représentant de Sonatrach, la séquestration n'est pas une priorité et donc l'hydrogène bleu est exclu pour l'Algérie. Est-ce que l'hydrogène vert basé sur le gaz fossile conventionnel produit et donc est-il considéré comme à haut potentiel pour importation d'Algérie et d'autres pays? Merci. Les importations d'hydrogène vert, nous basons sur un système qui est entièrement basé sur l'hydrogène fossile. Ça, c'est ce qui existe pour le moment. 99% est basé sur le fossile. Et l'hydrogène est un dérivé. En Europe, nous consommons à peu près 9 millions de tonnes d'hydrogène par année et une très petite portion est importée. Il n'y a pas de commerce d'hydrogène. La raison est très simple, c'est qu'il est plus facile de vendre et de transporter du gaz naturel et ensuite utiliser le gaz naturel pour produire de l'hydrogène. C'est pour cela que nous n'avons pas pour le moment un commerce d'hydrogène basé sur le fossile. À mon avis personnel, et ça c'est mon avis personnel, ceci s'applique de la même manière à l'hydrogène bleu, d'une certaine manière. Quelle est la logique économique, la logique technique de l'importation d'hydrogène bleu au lieu d'importer du gaz naturel concernant les infrastructures, la technologie actuelle, les accords actuels et les choses qui sont déjà en place? Donc, au lieu d'importer hydrogène bleu qui est plus complexe et pour lequel nous n'avons pas parfois toute la technologie pour le transporter, donc, et même non existante dans certains cas. C'est pour cela que notre priorité, c'est l'hydrogène renouvelable, outre la décarbonation dont j'ai parlé précédemment. Et en ce qui concerne les données, il n'y a pas de données juridiques qui empêchent l'importation d'hydrogène vert. Je ne sais pas... je n'ai pas entendu je n'ai pas entendu le Parlement dire qu'il s'oppose à l'importation d'hydrogène vert. Nous ne serons jamais en mesure de produire tout l'hydrogène dont nous avons besoin. Il y a une limite à notre potentiel de renouvelables. Pour produire les 10 millions que nous envisageons de produire, nous aurons besoin de 5 terabits d'électricité. Donc, c'est toute la production de la France. Donc, beaucoup d'électricité. Ceci en plus de l'électricité dont nous aurons besoin pour décarboner tout notre système énergétique. Donc nous aurons besoin d'importation et nous devrons prendre en considération le fait que l'hydrogène est un input, ce n'est pas un produit final. Il sera utilisé pour traiter d'autres produits, soit en tant que combustible ou en source de chaleur ou en tant que réactif chimique. Pour que notre industrie soit compétitive, nous devons chercher la solution ou les solutions les moins chères. Et très souvent, c'est en dehors de l'Europe. Et nous devons les rechercher, les trouver pour faire en sorte que notre système industriel soit compétitif. Et nous devrons importer l'hydrogène. Ceci est mentionné dans le plan énergétique de l'Europe, dans notre stratégie nationale. Et c'est pour cela que nous avons des partenariats avec d'autres pays, la Namibie, le Maroc, l'Égypte, l'Algérie et d'autres pays. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Polito.
Nous venons de terminer donc cette matinée de cette deuxième journée du Forum Algérie-Union européenne sur l'énergie. Pour consacrer tout ce qui a été dit ces 2 jours, l'après-midi sera consacré aux sessions B2B. Nous nous retrouverons ici à 16h pour la clôture. Merci à tous, bon appétit.
C'est très intéressant ce que vous avez proposé. Nous sommes très contents peut-être de discuter. Il faut parler avec mes collègues de l'unité internationale, mais aussi là, il n'y a pas de souci. Bonjour. Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais vous proposer d'écrire sa présentation comme un article dans la presse spécialisée sur le gaz. Très bien, très bien. Et si vous voulez le temps, on peut manger ensemble, parler sur les détails, etc.
والذي سيركز على مواضيع تمس المحروقات، لا سيما الغاز الطبيعي، الكهرباء والطاقات الجديدة والمتجددة، وتطوير الهيدروجين والنجاعة الطاقوية.
The fourth annual high-level meetings on the energy dialogue between Algeria and the European Union, which will be held on October the 10th, 2022, as well as the holding of the second business forum on energy on October the 11th and 12th, 2022, which will focus on topics affecting hydrocarbons, especially natural gas, electricity, new and renewable energies, hydrogen development, and energy efficiency.
في إطار الشراكة الاستراتيجية الطاقوية بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، تحتضن الجزائر الاجتماع السنوي الرابع رفيع المستوى للحوار الطاقوي بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، وذلك يوم 10 أكتوبر 2022. كما سينظم منتدى أعمال الطاقة الثاني يومي 11 و12 أكتوبر 2022، والذي سيركز على مواضيع تمس المحروقات، لا سيما الغاز الطبيعي، الكهرباء والطاقات الجديدة والمتجددة، وتطوير الهيدروجين والنجاعة الطاقوية.
The fourth annual high-level meetings on the energy dialogue between Algeria and the European Union, which will be held on October the 10th, 2022, as well as the holding of the second business forum on energy on October the 11th and 12th, 2022, which will focus on topics affecting hydrocarbons, especially natural gas, electricity, new and renewable energies, hydrogen development, and energy efficiency.
في إطار الشراكة الاستراتيجية الطاقوية بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، تحتضن الجزائر الاجتماع السنوي الرابع رفيع المستوى للحوار الطاقوي بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، وذلك يوم 10 أكتوبر 2022. كما سينظم منتدى أعمال الطاقة الثاني يومي 11 و12 أكتوبر 2022، والذي سيركز على مواضيع تمس المحروقات، لا سيما الغاز الطبيعي، الكهرباء والطاقات الجديدة والمتجددة، وتطوير الهيدروجين والنجاعة الطاقوية.
The fourth annual high-level meetings on the energy dialogue between Algeria and the European Union, which will be held on October the 10th, 2022, as well as the holding of the second business forum on energy on October the 11th and 12th, 2022, which will focus on topics affecting hydrocarbons, especially natural gas, electricity, new and renewable energies, hydrogen development, and energy efficiency.
في إطار الشراكة الاستراتيجية الطاقوية بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، تحتضن الجزائر الاجتماع السنوي الرابع رفيع المستوى للحوار الطاقوي بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، وذلك يوم 10 أكتوبر 2022. كما سينظم منتدى أعمال الطاقة الثاني يومي 11 و12 أكتوبر 2022، والذي سيركز على مواضيع تمس المحروقات، لا سيما الغاز الطبيعي، الكهرباء والطاقات الجديدة والمتجددة، وتطوير الهيدروجين والنجاعة الطاقوية.
The fourth annual high-level meetings on the energy dialogue between Algeria and the European Union, which will be held on October the 10th, 2022, as well as the holding of the second Business Forum on Energy on October the 11th and 12th, 2022, which will focus on topics affecting hydrocarbons, especially natural gas, electricity, new and renewable energies, hydrogen development, and energy efficiency.
في إطار الشراكة الاستراتيجية الطاقوية بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، تحتضن الجزائر الاجتماع السنوي الرابع رفيع المستوى للحوار الطاقوي بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، وذلك يوم 10 أكتوبر 2022. كما سينظم منتدى أعمال الطاقة الثاني يومي 11 و12 أكتوبر 2022، والذي سيركز على مواضيع تمس المحروقات، لا سيما الغاز الطبيعي، الكهرباء والطاقات الجديدة والمتجددة، وتطوير الهيدروجين والنجاعة الطاقوية.
The fourth annual high-level meetings on the energy dialogue between Algeria and the European Union, which will be held on October the 10th, 2022, as well as the holding of the second Business Forum on Energy on October the 11th and 12th, 2022, which will focus on topics affecting hydrocarbons, especially natural gas, electricity, new and renewable energies, hydrogen development, and energy efficiency.
في إطار الشراكة الاستراتيجية الطاقوية بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، تحتضن الجزائر الاجتماع السنوي الرابع رفيع المستوى للحوار الطاقوي بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، وذلك يوم 10 أكتوبر 2022. كما سينظم منتدى أعمال الطاقة الثاني يومي 11 و12 أكتوبر 2022، والذي سيركز على مواضيع تمس المحروقات، لا سيما الغاز الطبيعي، الكهرباء والطاقات الجديدة والمتجددة، وتطوير الهيدروجين والنجاعة الطاقوية.
The fourth annual high-level meetings on the energy dialogue between Algeria and the European Union, which will be held on October the 10th, 2022, as well as the holding of the second Business Forum on Energy on October the 11th and 12th, 2022, which will focus on topics affecting hydrocarbons, especially natural gas, electricity, new and renewable energies, hydrogen development, and energy efficiency.
في إطار الشراكة الاستراتيجية الطاقوية بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، تحتضن الجزائر الاجتماع السنوي الرابع رفيع المستوى للحوار الطاقوي بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، وذلك يوم 10 أكتوبر 2022. كما سينظم منتدى أعمال الطاقة الثاني يومي 11 و12 أكتوبر 2022، والذي سيركز على مواضيع تمس المحروقات، لا سيما الغاز الطبيعي، الكهرباء والطاقات الجديدة والمتجددة، وتطوير الهيدروجين والنجاعة الطاقوية.
The fourth annual high-level meetings on the energy dialogue between Algeria and the European Union, which will be held on October the 10th, 2022, as well as the holding of the second Business Forum on Energy on October the 11th and 12th, 2022, which which will focus on topics affecting hydrocarbons, especially natural gas, electricity, new and renewable energies, hydrogen development, and energy efficiency.
في إطار الشراكة الاستراتيجية الطاقوية بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، تحتضن الجزائر الاجتماع السنوي الرابع رفيع المستوى للحوار الطاقوي بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، وذلك يوم 10 أكتوبر 2022. كما سينظم منتدى أعمال الطاقة الثاني يومي 11 و12 أكتوبر 2022، والذي سيركز على مواضيع تمس المحروقات، لا سيما الغاز الطبيعي، الكهرباء والطاقات الجديدة والمتجددة، وتطوير الهيدروجين والنجاعة الطاقوية.
The fourth annual high-level meetings on the energy dialogue between Algeria and the European Union, which will be held on October the 10th, 2022, as well as the holding of the second business forum on energy on October the 11th and 12th, 2022, which will focus on topics affecting hydrocarbons, especially natural gas, electricity, new and renewable energies, hydrogen development, and energy efficiency.
في إطار الشراكة الاستراتيجية الطاقوية بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، تحتضن الجزائر الاجتماع السنوي الرابع رفيع المستوى للحوار الطاقوي بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، وذلك يوم 10 أكتوبر 2022. كما سينظم منتدى أعمال الطاقة الثاني يومي 11 و12 أكتوبر 2022، والذي سيركز على مواضيع تمس المحروقات، لا سيما الغاز الطبيعي، الكهرباء والطاقات الجديدة والمتجددة، وتطوير الهيدروجين والنجاعة الطاقوية.
The fourth annual high-level meetings on the energy dialogue between Algeria and the European Union, which will be held on October the 10th, 2022, as well as the holding of the second business forum on energy on October the 11th and 12th, 2022, which will focus on topics affecting hydrocarbons, especially natural gas, electricity, new and renewable energies, hydrogen development, and energy efficiency.
في إطار الشراكة الاستراتيجية الطاقوية بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، تحتضن الجزائر الاجتماع السنوي الرابع رفيع المستوى للحوار الطاقوي بين الجزائر والاتحاد الأوروبي، وذلك يوم 10 أكتوبر 2022. كما سينظم منتدى أعمال الطاقة الثاني يومي 11 و12 أكتوبر 2022، والذي سيركز على مواضيع تمس المحروقات، لا سيما الغاز الطبيعي، الكهرباء والطاقات الجديدة والمتجددة، وتطوير الهيدروجين والنجاعة الطاقوية.
The fourth annual high-level meetings on the energy dialogue between Algeria and the European Union, which will be held on October the 10th, 2022, as well as the holding of the second business forum on energy on October the 11th and 12th, 2022, which will follow.
is a pivot of the sustainable development. It represents less than half of the energy in the world. This session was the occasion to present the new framework of legal framework and all the investment opportunities in the gas field in Algeria. The European natural gas market in Algeria has been the importance of the natural gas in the consumption since 10 years is 35%, reinforced the fact of reinforcing the partnership in the subsectors which will guarantee the richness. The natural gas with its use is something which is necessary in the future, and solution for the other energies like solar and air energy. The second session, which has been around the renewable energies and the energy efficiency. Algeria has been engaged on the renewable energy to bring sustainable solutions for the energy security for the country through an ambitious program for the development of the renewable energies and the energy efficiency. The Algerian companies has been exposed, and also the implication of the private sector for the promotion of the local project, the role of the financial companies for the development of the renewable energies and the energy efficiency has been put on the table between the two parties. They exposed the expectation. And ladies and gentlemen, the last session has been around the renewable hydrogen and less carbon, subject of actuality. Very important acts in the energy transition in this context of fighting the climate changes and relaunch of the post-pandemic economy. The development of the second forum in the European Union couldn't put aside this theme. The perspectives of the industry had been mentioned. The fructual debates in this session put the light on the opportunities of the development, the use of hydrogen, and the costs. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum shows perfectly the importance to maintain our common will to support and strengthen the cooperation between the two sides. It constituted an occasion to the professional of the sector to talk about the projects, concrete projects. The energy and mine sector is open to the investment and offers a lot of opportunities of partnership in numerous fields like hydrocarbons, electricity, technologies like hydrogen. And we are waiting for our partners to come and invest in this sector. I will end up to remind my warm thanks to all the participants and the organization committee who made a lot of effort so that this encounter could be a success. Thank you everyone for your presence and your contribution, and go back safe home. Thank you so much. The second forum between Algeria and European Union come to the end. We thank all the participants, all the lecturers for their presentation, hoping that this exchange of these 2 last years could lead to a profitable fructual partnership. Thank you for your participation. Goodbye.